Hello, and welcome everyone to another episode of Comet Tales. If you're new to our adventures, I am your host, Oliver Oswald, and I'd like for our amazing players to introduce themselves and their characters. Let's start with Maris Oram playing his character, Valentine von der Heist.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Maris. I am ordinarily a Celestial Dragon VTuber specializing in comfy storytelling ASMR streams. We talk all things books and literature and media literacy, and it's just a great time. I also run my own D&D campaign, The Trials of the Heart, which is an ode to all things romantic fantasy, and it's also just delightful. So check that out every other Wednesday on my channel. But while I am here, I am playing Valentine von der Heist, the very posh, super fabulous gunslinger fighter of the party. And yeah, looking forward to more space-time shenanigans.
Yippee! I'm very glad to have you back. Up next, we have Lily Faywood playing her wonderful character, Lyra von der Heist.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lily. I'm very excited to be back here playing the lovely Lyra. I was almost about to say Stars Druid, but we've got some astrologian stuff going on here now, which is exciting. But as for myself, I am a little amateur artist that draws a lot of D&D and just been drawing a lot for the campaign I just started, Mistwalker Spectrum of Eternity, which has the first episode available on my YouTube channel. Links are available at Blue Sky, etc. I don't think I have my YouTube ready for this, but YouTube and Tumblr I posted both. Either way, so hope you guys check that out, and otherwise happy to be here, happy to be queer.
Happy to have you as well. Actually, just as a small little aside, I'm currently trying to binge through all of my friends' D&D content, and I have been absolutely absorbed by both of their campaigns. It has been such an amazing time, and I definitely think you should actually go and check them out. Maybe I'll put up a link next time. Well, I'll have like a quick little shout out for all the games that everyone else is in. Up next,
Thank you,
of course,
Oliver.
we have the amazing Beatrix Bunny playing her character, Zuza Silvana.
Hello, hello. My name is Beatrix. I'm a variety streamer that usually you can find stuff like roguelikes, RPGs of all stripes, and digital artwork over on my channel. Currently, we're taking a little bit of a break from my usual Deadlands campaign, but we're hoping to get that back in a couple of weeks. And I'm actually going to be taking a very mini hiatus this coming week because I have to go to a flesh space convention. So it's going to be weird existing in the physical world again, but looking forward to it. And in this game, I play Zuza Sovana. She is half space halfling, half orc, and half living vessel for a bloodline's worth of cosmic entropic entity. She's a little color vampire, a little light vampire, and a warlord, which is a homebrew class as well. I'm so glad to finally have Lyra converted to homebrew going on. But yeah.
So oops, all homebrew, and we're very, very glad to have all of the creative ideas that we have. Lastly, we're so excited to re-announce the joyous return of Azura, the Azure Dragon, playing as her character Ashala.
Hi, my name is Azura the Azure Dragon. I am a variety streamer and content creator who is currently on a small little break as I have sort of burnt myself out on maybe like a 10-day pokeathon to raise money for my dental operation. Which
It's hard
thankfully
work.
yeah, and it was very hard work. So I'm on my break from that from now. And yeah, I'm gonna be coming back most likely on Monday with some really good news.
Very
Actually,
exciting.
two in fact. Two really good. Two bits of news that is huge for me, and which I wasn't expecting to see this week.
Super
Ooh.
exciting.
Yeah.
Definitely have to pop in when we can.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also like to give a very special thank you to Borobound and Distant Echoes for providing us the amazing soundtracks that we use. Very special thank you to Vesper Fortune for lore consulting, and of course to Caitlin Frost, also known as Frog Shop, for character artwork. In our last session, the Crystal Dragons continued their journey through space, taking time to recover from the deadly onslaught of Camrael, the Nocturnal, a lunar dragon and former attacker of Ashala. Ashala, struck with a wave of emotions, survivor's guilt, fear the dragon would attack again and risk her to her friends, anger that the dragon is seemingly determined to take everything from her, stood up and went to her quarters without a word to the others, needing time on her own to meditate. The crew checked in on all of their companions, some faring better than others, but many feeling a bit out of their depths. Lyra finally confronted Quill about his capabilities, to which he was all too willing and to be open about. Lyra used her detect magic to get a bearing on his capability and discovered he is an incredibly powerful magic caster, leading to more questions to be answered. The three founding captains sat in a conference with Quill, with the captain's map room, where he revealed the truth of his adventure. That Mist, his daughter, has been chosen by a universal balancing force known as the Order of Chronomancers to take a position of power. This would result in her forfeiting her mortal life to spend eternity enforcing order, never getting to experience the most basic of joys while amidst her duties. Quill sought to throw the Chronomancers off his trail by creating temporal paradoxes, an ancient and forbidden magic. But Quill believes that he can create a paracausal situation, an event with no cause, that will alter fate and free Mist from her duty. With every paradox, Quill travels elsewhere, and the Chronomancers pursue the paradox in his last previous moment. Quill told the party that he had met the party in the future, his own personal past. Valentine seems particularly discomforted by the journey, pondering what was and will be, and is worried for Mist's safety and whether or not the risks are worth the adventure. Quill had done his best to put aside her fears and assure her that they are doing the right thing, and that he and the party need each other. Lyra and Zuza sought answers to more personal questions, some of which Quill could answer, others in which he could not answer without the risk of causing another paradox and altering the timeline further than necessary. At the conclusion of their meeting, Quill offered them a phrase to prove that they are allies to him in the future. For those who would walk need not fly if they are to reach the heavens. The captains sought to drown their confusions in alcohol, discussing personal matters with one another. A veritable spread of intimate thoughts bubbling to the surface. Interpersonal relationships with one another, doubts and pondering of what once was, seemingly lost in the comforts of camaraderie. In the following day, the party spent time conversing with the crew. Zuza recovering from a hangover, with the doctor, Thaktha, wondering if she made the right choice in her life. Mist spent some of her time with Lyra, pondering what it was like to be in an egg, and dealing with the freedom of hatching and waking up. Valentine chose to spend her time with Alexander, going on a bit of a stroll with him around the deck, pondering the concepts of fate and destiny. As the day went on, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by Camrael once more, leaving a prismatic trail in his wake as he flew towards the stars at the speed of light, drinking deeply of the screaming pulsar star, growing massively in size before disappearing into the dark. Seeking to leave as soon as possible, it is revealed that the outer edge of the solar system is a Spelljammer graveyard, the remains of Camrael's conquests. The party begins to feel uncertain, but Randall assures them that they are getting close to their goal and the threats are entirely within the capabilities that they can handle. With this, the captains chose to press onward, jumping from one system to the next. The following days were seemingly calm, observing planets from safe distance under Randall's divination. One in particular, a shrouded fog world. Randall needed Lyra's assistance to pierce the fog with her seeming astrologian powers. Viewing the surface, they discovered massive alien structures and the remains of a long-lost war of an ancient and forgotten civilization, one that sought to control the galaxy only to be consumed by the wars it waged. The only legacy remaining of the Astral Empire, a single crooked, half-raised flag turned upside down in distress. While something of a large discovery, and further proof that conquest will only yield destruction in the end, and how nature will reclaim, Lyra felt distraught at the prospect of a lost civilization, and is comforted by Groba, speaking of comic books. Valentine, similarly seeking a distraction, finds comfort in engaging in target practice with Chex and Robert. Zuza spends her time with Mist, who seems curious to ask about what it means to be responsible. The following week passed quickly, all except for Ishala, who had been isolating, as much as she could be at the very least. It is here that we continue our tale. Ishala, you are resting within your quarters when the projection of Echo appears within your room. Greetings, Captain. The others have sought an audience. My apologies, I didn't mean to awaken you.
No, you're fine. Apologies, Echo. A lot's on my mind.
The others, they have sought to have an audience with Quill. They intended for you to come along, but sought to respect your space, and have enabled my functionality to detail you on the conversation. If you should accept, I can project the conversation to you.
Of course.
Having a bit more comfort in being able to just remote your way in and telecommute into the meeting, you were able to fully get the details of what went on in the meeting. The other 3 captains, however, seem to have forgot that they allowed Echo to listen in, and did not disable the conversation. Over a bit of time, the captains began to drink after the meeting, and began to have a bit of an interesting conversation. Captain, Echo chimes in. Would you like something to drink as well?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I think drinking from my canteen after so long, you kind of get bored of stale water after a while.
It takes a bit, but eventually you hear a knock on the door and Eben pokes his head in. Greetings, Ishala.
Eben, thank you.
And he sort of just his way over and holds over an ice cold flask for you.
Appreciated. How's things going between you and Echo?
We have actually finalized our investigation. I have discovered a flaw within my memory. Unfortunately, it would appear that every 256 years, I appear to reset to my original memory state. Oddly enough, it seems that immediately after leaving my home planet was when my initial memory seems to have reset. In short, everything is lost.
Oh. But you mean everything?
Everything after my initial takeoff into space.
So your memory from the various times prior is no longer recoverable.
Indeed, that is correct. This is, however, not fortunate, not necessary either. Fortunately, I am able to focus on the task at hand, which is ensuring the safety of the 4 captains. And he gives a very affirming nod and thumbs up. Echo's memory has been restored as much as possible, although it seems that she is also experiencing a similar issue.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, imagine you needed to have the storage space to accumulate all that knowledge, I suppose. I guess at some point it was eventually going to get overridden or forgotten.
Indeed. However, it seems that certain aspects have been restored. Although, her memory only contains up to a certain point. Beyond that point, it seems that she was disabled and not activated to passively gain any information.
Well, at least the both of you managed to get back whatever you can, so there's that at least.
Indeed. Please, enjoy your beverage. And he sort of just watches the projection of them, and Lyra throws her head back. Look, I like a shala, alright?
As she spits out her drink.
Evan goes, Well, I believe that this will be all. Should you need anything else, please do not hesitate to reach out to either of us. He gives a nod and then goes ahead and leaves you to your piece.
And she starts like bundling up on a ball on her bed, and she wasn't expecting that.
You did, in fact, hear a little bit of it through the walls. The walls aren't the most thick, you realize, but hearing it cleanly through the projection, no doubt in your mind that it happened, is a bit of a different experience.
Yeah, at this point, I think Ashala's not going to be able to think or meditate for a while.
You have a good bit of time. I would say you have about a week of time until you catch back up to current events. But in the meantime, you were able to look at your skill book. I believe I don't remember which skill book you actually picked up.
I think Valentine, didn't you pick up dexterity because it helped you? Because I remember you were interested in one of the books. I thought it was dexterity.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've touched any of the books.
You have not.
Oh.
Valentine has not touched a book yet.
Because I remember that you ever so graciously gifted me a laser gun.
Yes.
But I have not touched any of the books. There's dexterity. Is it what else is left over? Because Zeus has been reading one.
Dexterity, so charisma's taken by Zuza, and then I was reading wisdom.
Makes sense.
The others are all available. So con, dex, int, strength.
Admittingly, I feel like dexterity sounds about right. Although,
Want to take dex? I can take con. I'm cool with that.
admittingly though, I could see intelligence as well.
Does int affect your...
It would affect, I think, my let me just check. Let's see. So those two. Is intelligence affected by either of these? No. Maybe my psionics?
You gotta give Ashala a weapon that scales off of her intelligence versus dex. Hint,
Can't
hint.
remember.
Which of them?
Or was it wisdom?
I can't remember. I
Yep.
feel like I know it uses one of them. Is wisdom?
Yeah, I seem my spell casting for my Gith Yankee ability seems to be wisdom, but I'm wondering if I had intelligence from my rogue subclass. Let me just quickly check.
That's what I had thought as well.
I think also the revised version of the gift stuff and anything that has innate casting, they changed it so you can pick which power stat to base your casting off.
That also
that's not too bad then.
sounds right as well.
I probably would, if I had the option, probably would change it to int because that is what I was focusing on for a while.
That's fine. We can totally make that happen at some point.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look through. I'm just trying to figure out where it says. To be fair, I might have been thinking Arcane Trickster. In all honesty, it could be that. I was
might
thinking
have
about.
been an option. But for now, we can.
I'd probably say dexterity because
Yeah,
I already have.
I just looked it up. You can choose your spellcasting ability.
Okay.
I would make it in probably.
Yeah, we can go with the intelligence book, where you have spent at least the last couple of days, sort of just honing in on this book.
Just making sure, just in case as well, because nothing in my rogue requires me anything from that, so I think I'm fine. I probably would take up the Dex book. The Dex book would be probably best.
Dex book it is.
Mm.
In the Dex book, you read about a master thief who started off as an orphan child, and he essentially spends his entire life working his way up through a thieves guild until ultimately he gets recruited by an assassin's guild after a extremely successful heist, just because he can't seem to stop himself from continuing on. And ultimately, in the Assassin's Guild, he is tasked with infiltrating a nobleman's home, in which he ultimately does. He slays a nobleman, and he begins going through the nobleman's belongings to obtain some document, and is revealed that the nobleman was actually his father, and that he is in fact the true heir to everything here. And he utilizes all of his skills to sort of make himself disappear, not only from primary life, where he would be out in public, but also from the Thieves Guild and Assassins Guild, essentially just becoming a man who showed up out of nowhere. And with that, you gain a +2 to your dexterity.
Hell yeah. Up to 18.
Following up, you hear a knock at your door a couple days later. This knock in particular is different, however, from the usual knocks that you receive from the doctor, or perhaps from Eben just delivering you something to eat. This one sounds small. You imagine that the only person who could have such a dainty knock would be Mist, in particular.
I will mage hand and open the door.
You see a sort of surprised, tiny little Mist. It's very, very, what would be late based on just the schedule that you would have had. So she seems to be just sort of sneaking her way around through the quarters. And she just seemed to want to speak to you in particular. Oh, hello, Miss Ashala. May I come in?
Sure. It's a bit late, isn't it? I hope you're not. You seem to be sneaking about.
Well, I didn't want to have the others also see, because I know you wanted to have some alone time. So I thought I would just check up on you.
I appreciate it.
And she slowly walks her way in, and then she very gently shuts the door behind her. Her long hair almost getting a little bit caught, but it helps quiet the door as she just kind of and she pulls it out, getting it unstuck.
So what can I do for you, Mist? It's admittingly, I'm surprised you wanted to speak with me.
Well, I've been thinking about a lot of stuff recently. And I thought maybe I could ask you, since you knew a little bit about it, and you know, you're kind of doing it right now. I'm just kind of wondering what it's like to be alone. You mentioned
Alone, huh?
You mentioned back in, well, guess in your future, my past, I think. Yes, you had mentioned that you were stuck on a ship for a while by yourself. I'm just kind of afraid of being alone. And I was hoping that you could maybe help me be not afraid.
Not afraid, huh? There's two ways I can go about this, I suppose. Come here. And she like pats the side of her bed.
And she walks over and she has to actually reach up a little bit to pull herself up because she's so little. But she makes her way up onto the bed and she sort of sits on the side, her little legs kicking a little bit. Very, very excited.
I suppose I should start off with this, as I feel like this will be important in the beginning, and it might help you one day. But I suppose I should start with what it was like being alone on a vessel with, at the time, I believed there to be no escape. I will admit that my time trapped aboard a vessel full of dangerous creatures was frightening, to say the least. Especially after what I've seen.
Gives many, many nods, and her eyes seemingly scared, but also like sparkling a little bit and just like awe of you being able to pull this off.
But what helped was thinking about the people that are still waiting for me out there. My family, and my friends, my crewmates even. I knew I had to survive no matter what. And I knew that I had to do anything it took to do so.
So the
When you
hardest
face... You first, sweetie.
the hardest part was the waiting.
Very much so. Very much waiting, thinking, watching. It gives you a lot of time to think as well, I find. But the second thing that you should probably know is that this is a very, very vast universe. And while you might think that at one point you might not ever ever feel like you'll ever escape or find your way back, the universe always has this weird humor, I should say, about always giving you the answer you need when you least expect it. Mine came in the form of, well, this crew. After they stumbled on the very vessel I was stranded on, after so long. There's always going to be someone out there. Someone who will come and rescue you. You just gotta look out for yourself and keep yourself alive until then. It's all about determination, grit, and resilience. But don't lose your head.
She gives a smile, and seems to almost be lost in thought for a bit, just sort of just like processing all of that information. And seemingly trying to empathize as best she can, putting herself in your shoes. Trying to envision what it might be like for her. While you're sitting there just watching her consider this, make a perception check.
Oh boy, I'm supposed to be great at those. We'll see how good. Okay.
Jesus Christ. 29.
I'll
Seems
take
pretty good.
I'll take that.
As you were describing how the universe works in extremely specific ways, you feel your shadow begin to move. The shadow very quickly removes itself from your shadow. You feel your shadow naturally just take its form and drift back onto the door. The trickster god of fate seemingly having other plans at your acknowledgement. However, you do feel the lingering residual energies of the promise that he had offered back to you. The seeming twist of fate still at the very tip of your lips, as if you feel that you could just change everything with just a single word. The power is still there, but the presence is not.
Okay.
But with that, Miss seems to not have noticed it whatsoever and gives you a very affirming nod, and she just gives you a big old smile with her eyes closed. Thank you, Miss Ashala. And she just leans in and gives you as big of a hug as she can.
I'm glad you can find some wisdom in my words. Admittingly, I still feel still very inexperienced. Especially if I'm, in all honesty, comparing myself to my future me.
Well, she sort of just like thinks back, looking up towards the ceiling, trying to ponder.
The other you was very, very wise. You're very, very smart, and you were able to help out my papa with a lot of things. And you're very strong. I just remember that you were very strong. Together, all four of you were very, very strong, but you were strong on your own. You would, when there were things to fight, you would go off a bit on your own, and you wouldn't have any trouble. And the others would work together to fight all sorts of things, but you were able to do lots of things by yourself, and you were still so strong, and when you would join up with the others, everyone was really strong. So I think you're right. It really is just waiting and just being able to have that stronger power with your friends is really everything.
You're not wrong. Although, if we're going on that, I suppose there's one more element I should probably throw into the mix.
Her eyes twinkle.
She'll turn after opening her eyes, giving a bit of a smile. It's trust.
And you see the cutest smile go from ear to ear. She gives you an affirming nod, and then she very, very carefully hops off your bed.
Thank you, Miss Ashala. Okay, I have to sneak back now, or else Papa's gonna ground me.
Of course, missed.
Good night.
And then
Good night, sweetie.
she very quietly jumps up to grab the door handle and opens it. And then she very, very slowly closes the door, unfortunately making it creak the whole way. With the as it closes, you hear her pitter patter run away really fast because you know she's probably gonna get caught after making a bit of noise. With that, and maybe one more day, you are able to go ahead and meditate to yourself. Go ahead and roll me a. You said you're working with intelligence or wisdom as your primary stat to play with.
Intelligence.
Let's go with intelligence. Go ahead and make me an intelligence check just while you're meditating this one last time.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I think luck is really on my side.
Your brain is so wrinkly.
You have been attempting to sort of reconnect to that trance state where you had talked with that woman. And it does take some time for you to reconnect previously, but this time you close your eyes and you sit in a comfortable position and you snap yourself immediately into that place once more. You don't see that woman this time, but you see just stone all around you. And you hear the sound of crunching metal and stone as people are seemingly walking around outside of your stone shelter. And you struggle your way out, crawling out. And you see Skaith standing amidst the ruins. There is a man standing next to him. You don't recognize him at all. But he calls out very quickly, "Look, Captain, there's one alive!" And he holds up a finger to his serpentine mouth, and then slowly reaches that hand down to you. You look behind you into the stone shelter, and you see a small black object sort of just sitting in the midst of where you would sleep. You were told not to come out for anyone, but you feel as though no one is going to come. And that if anyone was going to come, this would be them. As you turn around, your eyes sort of drift towards something purple, but the snake man drops down and blocks it with his body. He shakes his head. "No. Come." And he gently picks you up and carries you onto a spelljammer. But you get this vision very quickly as you're just sort of staring into his scales of just this place of purple and floating islands and beautiful blue flowers. And you snap back to it, and you feel the call of the rift just ever stronger. You know almost exactly where it is.
Nearly home.
You look out the window and you see that the ship is preparing to do a jump between systems. And it jumps one more time into the swirling, colorful void of the astral sea. A bit dangerous between spaces, but you feel maybe perhaps it's been long enough, and that maybe you're ready to go out and see the others again. Maybe after some rest. For the other captains... Oh, sorry, did you have something else?
No, just that, just soon. And as she drifts off to either trance or sleep, whichever.
Indeed. For the other captains, you find that it's been a minute, it's been almost a week since any of you have spoken to Ashala. You know that she's doing well. The doctor had popped in once just to ensure that she wasn't harmed. Eben has been delivering food, and they've been talking with Eben and Echo. Everyone has been been able to just converse. But the three of you are starting to get a little bit worried when finally the ship reaches its semi-final destination, a burning red star. as you all make your way out onto the deck, you notice that it's seemingly peaceful out here. It's very, very uneventful, unlike the other stars where there was all sorts of astral events occurring. But in this case in particular, you don't happen to see anything that's particularly threatening. The three of you are also just sort of looking around when all of a sudden the captain's door opens a fourth time and Ashala emerges.
Certainly been a while, everyone.
I'll do it. I imagine Lyra just turns and probably there's like a little bit of like just like a surprise reaction, then just gives a smile and says, it's good to see you again. Are you feeling any better?"
She'll walk closer and to the group and offer a hand to Lyra before looking at everyone else. I'm doing fine. A lot better. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Certainly glad to hear it. We were frightfully worried about you.
Well, it's not every day you see the dragon that killed a lot of your former crew. So, I mean, you know.
Ooh.
Understandable.
Yeah. And I saw everything. He's
Everything?
gotten worse.
Uh,
I saw what he did.
I certainly hope he. I know in the way back we're certainly not going to be going the same way to make sure that we avoid him at all costs, really. Can't afford to have one of our lovely co-captains be going down.
No. I should be
Valentine
fine.
raises an eyebrow.
I should be okay. I just wasn't expecting to ever come into contact with him again. But, well, the universe works in a funny way.
That it does. I can only hope that we don't have any repeat encounters, if anything, for your sake.
No. If anything, I'll be ready for the next time.
we'll be ready.
Exactly.
We did hurt him quite badly, I think, considering he ran away.
Oh. I mean, you lot did most of the work. I flailed the entire time. Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
Oh,
It
we've all
happens.
done things that we're embarrassed about. I wouldn't worry too much.
Besides, what's the point of having 4 captains if we can't rely on?
Very true. Very true. But we're so close now.
Are you feeling all right about, well, this whole situation? I mean, I'm sure that this place has some strange memories for you.
Actually, it was actually those memories that, I think brought me comfort, actually. And I think I remember a few things about the rift. In fact, I think I know exactly where it is, nearly.
Exactly.
Do tell.
I've been seeing it in my trances. And I think I have an idea of where we'll see it. I just need to go up on deck and steer a course, as it were.
All right.
I'll need some assistance. I don't know how to, drive naturally. So, well, I mean, I do, but I'm not the driver. You know what I mean. But other than that, I think I know what we're looking for as well, and I think it could still be there.
Wonderful.
Goodness, a week's worth of trances, and suddenly we have answers to several of our problems.
I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but I think I was actually raised there, actually. That I'm now coming to realize.
Really?
And yeah, hence my immaculate memory for this particular place, apparently. So we'll have to see if it's true.
Well, whatever your home brings in terms of feelings, you'll have us right at your side. I know you would not be alone in feeling a little anxious about finding where you came from.
Of course. And I'd be assuming it's still in a relatively decent state. I would love to show you around. As my hand slightly squeezes yours a little tighter.
I imagine it just like squeezes through the hand.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, since it just passes through. Oh,
I like to think like I'm using my mage hand as a glove, so that way I can actually physically hold your hand.
I think Lyra probably didn't realize that this was happening, just given her lack of feeling in that area. Feeling that against, like, wait a minute. But maybe it was a bit wrong of me, but I suppose I assumed with a name like the Chaos Rift, it was not exactly a hospitable place for folks like us.
Maybe normally. I'm sure that it's not going to be the easiest to get access to, but I'm hoping my memories can help with that.
And as you say that, a sudden, sweet-smelling, almost floral, fragrant puff of smoke appears on the deck before transforming into a tiny fairy dragon.
Yes, always unpleasant way to travel. Yes, hello, crystal dragons. Yes, I would like to speak with the captain. Captains.
Just looks at all of you with eyes going in different directions, like a chameleon looking at each of you.
I think we're all present.
Ah, very good. Yes.
And as this individual prepares to introduce himself, the four of you recognize him. He's one of Lex Frigate's agents. This one, in particular, is the one that had actually tasked you with your current objective from the Draconic King. Robert, however, is already moving to detain him with sword and shield in hand.
Oh, dear, put that damnable thing away. It's definitely not going to help you against me. Yes, forgive me for my rudeness and interruption. I've actually been on the ship the entire time since I first delivered your mission. It's a bit of an unfortunate part of the job, you see.
None taken.
I'm here to wait until I verify that you have carried out the mission on behalf of the king, and I thought it might be helpful to announce that congratulations, and you have reached the right place. My name is Stephen. Bit of an unfortunate accident, actually. As you can tell, and as he gestures to himself, I'm a fey dragon. A fairy dragon of sorts. And I was working with this individual for the king, and well, I was introducing myself, and I asked for his name. Bit of an unfortunate accident.
Oh,
It works both
Ah.
ways, you see.
Oh, well, that's useful to know.
I had no
did
intention
checks
of
fire
stealing
on you?
I'm sorry?
Was it checks?
No, checks.
probably
No,
a guy
I
named
would-
Stefan.
Yes, indeed. It was a man named Stephen. And of course, now I am Stephen as a result. Bit of an unfortunate thing, that. In any case, you are
Just
tasked
think
with removing.
back to. I just think back to the random guy back on the fleet who has the name of like the sound of bubbling spring water or something.
Recall that individual. Was that the tournament arc?
Maybe.
In any case, you are tasked with removing the Federation's influence upon Ardero, the one planet on this system. It is the home planet of a race of individuals known as the Mercanthus, a plantoid race. One that is actually one of the first outside of the Federation. As we've previously discussed, you may choose to begin an uprising, or you may directly remove the Federation leaders by direct action. But in the end, you are expected to turn the leadership over to the people of Ardero by any means necessary. They must choose for themselves.
And as you all are sort of just pondering the task that you've been reassigned, Randall walks out in front of you. And if it's a bit of a longer trip, my interestingly scaled friend,
Well, you're not expected to do it right now, but would that you do it in a timely manner within this century, perhaps. It might be for the best. The sooner the better. It makes it easier that way.
Well, it's good that we have such a gracious time period to do so.
Valentine just
Yeah.
pales because the human on board.
I was just like thinking Lyra probably looks at Valentine like, oh my god.
Randall sort of turns to Valentine. Lest you forget, do remember that we are in astral space, after all. People don't age in the astral sea. While we are currently within a worldly system, a century is a somewhat small amount of time for someone who lives in the astral sea, on average.
Is that so?
A small amount of time. That's more than many humans even get to live.
On average, as a planar being, yes. Given that most of us are living extraplanetary lives, you tend to live a bit longer. In any case, we can change course if you'd like. It is a bit of a longer journey. It will certainly add about 2 extra weeks to travel across the system. At least even just to visit this location. However, I did think it a bit odd. There is a Federation space station orbiting the planet, but they didn't hail us as soon as we arrived into the system. It's customary for them to hail any ship that arrives. This would work in our favor if we're attempting to pass through unnoticed. But I leave the decision up to you.
I mean, you think it particularly unusual. Would it be worth investigating?
I may be able to scry if we get a better perspective. However, currently, the star is fully blocking my vision. If I were to adjust us over towards right before we leave, I might be able to get something of an image. It's a bit of a fast-moving planet, that one.
Gotcha. And what about our other task? If we happen to find ourselves near that location, would we perhaps be seeing the planet at some point during its rotation?
Indeed, right as we are about to embark towards the Chaos Rift.
Oh, the
No,
Chaos Rift, how dreadful. Ugh. Ugh, it ruffles my scales, that sort of thing. At least I can just exist in this little pocket realm. In any case, if you don't intend to do anything today, I bid you adieu.
And he sort of removes the theoretical top hat on his head and poofs again, the fragrant smoke filling the top deck for a little bit.
I don't know if I'm being a bit presumptuous, but I feel like our work at the Chaos Rift and, escorting may hold a little bit more priority for at least myself.
No,
Well-
I would agree.
I would agree too. Considering, well, I don't think we're necessarily on a time limit when it comes to sorting out the planetary issue.
Right, a whole century is quite a long time.
Yeah. Thankfully, we got a lot of time on that one. But the rift, though, that might be a bit of a different story. So maybe we should head to that one first.
Right.
Agreed.
Then it seems that we are in something of agreement. In any case, I shall set the course. We should be there within possibly the next 4 or 5 days. At least to the edge of the system. If you have anything you'd like to take care of, please, by all means, go ahead. And the crew is at your service. Robert still seems to be just nearby, looking around, trying to see if he can find where he's hiding. Unless he's just invisible, but Robert seems particularly perturbed about having an extra guest that he was not aware about, given his numerous patrols of the ship.
Just thinking, I'm just like, we do certainly seem to have a lot of invisible guests that sneak their ways onto the ship.
Oh, yes. Oh, Robert, are you aware of the being living in Alexander's Sword? That's another one to keep your eye on.
The what?
You can ask him about it later.
We did also have, I think it was called like a fear or something that was just sleeping and siphoning
There's
off our
a
dreams.
Fear on the ship?
Oh no, we took care of it, but there was one that I can be certain of.
The ship seems to attract guests.
So if you ever see a gigantic floating monstrosity, please do bring it to our attention.
We
All
really
right.
should work on inner ship security, shouldn't we?
Well,
Well,
that's kind of my job, but,
Well,
maybe I
we're glad
should
to
have
have you then.
maybe I should have gotten a bit more information about this before I signed up.
Oh, don't worry. We shan't be blaming you for this. This is something that we couldn't even have foreseen.
Oh, and actually, speaking of the entity from the sword, they did reside in my shadow for a while, but they seem to have gone off to do their own thing for the time being.
Should we be worried about that?
Robert
No.
turns and starts staring at his own shadow, waves his sword towards it. Don't start.
I mean, considering the nature of this being, I don't think we need to be too concerned. I'm sure they'll reveal themselves in an opportune moment. When needed, I'm assuming.
Robert
I-
seems
I have-
bothered. But
I have to ask: Is Ashala still holding Lyra's hand?
Yes.
Never mind the security breaches.
Yeah, I have to. Well, I was
Is
just
this girl holding my hand?
Oh, is that something that we can? Is that something we can notice?
Well, let's see. Can you get past my stealth?
Are you stealthily holding hands?
Yeah, I'm just
Surely
like
that's
I'm,
like a
we're-
sleight
we're-
of hand.
I
Yeah, we're just incredibly close.
you're blocking it
I
with
just
Hermione.
wanted- I just wanted to say that Lyra was probably going to begin to walk away, not realizing that.
Just pulling a shawl along.
Without realizing, probably feeling a separation is like kind of just immediately just like kind of like hop a little bit, as much as a snake person can hop. And just like, you, I'm going to go freshen up a bit. Check for any intruders or something. Okay.
I'm adding a ticket to that.
Wow, so petty.
13 and a 14 stealth. Indivisible.
Come on, Socks.
But you certainly, no matter what the results of this is, I can say that you for certain noticed Lyra being very, very blushed
Hey,
as
listen.
she runs away.
Out of character. When I mentioned I heard everything, I heard everything.
I think at that, just a wordless exchange of Zuza reaches up and hands Zotz a gold piece.
Valentine, I wanted to talk to you for a bit, if that's all right.
Oh, of course. Here, come with me to my room. We'll talk there.
Perfect. If we want to just do little scenes, we can go right into that if that's all right.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so we'll shoot on over to Valentine's room, and she'll set herself down in one of her armchairs and motion to the bed, which is probably the piece of furniture Lyra can best fit on.
What was that?
What was what?
I think she was holding my hand the entire time. Oh,
You think so?
well, it's kind of hard to feel.
So
And
you were holding hands, yes?
No,
you're not here.
Wait, Evan, get out of here.
You hear a boop as Evan just disappears, and the echo connection is turned off.
Oh damn, we can't eavesdrop now.
And
Very fine.
And I don't know.
is this a problem, Lyra?
No, it's not a problem. I just.
Well, did you like holding hands with her?
Yes. I just
So
didn't
what's
exactly
the
inspect.
problem?
I don't know what the problem is. It just doesn't feel right. Did we normally confess to each other before we hold hands or something like that? I mean, she just kind of went for it.
Yeah. Oh, darling. Will, clearly, if she's initiating such gestures of, frankly, chaste intimacy, I have to assume that means that she likes being around you.
Then can I ask a question? From someone that's so learned as yourself in these kinds of subjects.
Flips her hair, of course.
What do I do now? Do I confess? How do I
Oh,
confess?
goodness. Oh, Lyra,
What
darling.
No, don't Lyra darling me. I'm confused.
Lyra. Let us be perfectly frank. we've known Ashala for how long exactly?
At least like a month or so, I believe.
A month or so. One does not simply fall in love in a month or so. I can guarantee you that. Now, I would personally not be rushing into things like feelings, and like her face looks like kind of pained saying that. So
Well,
The hypocrisy is written on her face.
certainly had
but
a few suitors that you've known for less than a month that you seem to be having good times with.
oh, good times certainly, but I didn't love any of them.
What?
Didn't, no, goodness.
Well, maybe not love, but like them, right?
I liked their company. I liked their money. I liked their attentions. But I didn't necessarily like them.
I'm beginning to realize that even my seemingly heightened knowledge of these sorts of things is absolutely nowhere near the levels of understanding that you have.
Well, perhaps, in issues of romance proper, perhaps I am not the best one to speak to, dear. I mean, if you're genuinely serious about this, I mean that's one thing entirely different.
Hmm.
But if you do like her, Lyra, then there's nothing wrong with, you know, spending more time with her and seeing where things go. But remember what I said about dating co-workers. It gets awfully messy, so tread carefully until perhaps we're finished with our mission.
Lyra just like listening very intently, but then just like kind of sits there for a moment before just kind of like letting herself be loose and just kind of flop onto the bed. Just completely limp noodle. Literally limp
Oh,
noodle. And just
oh
why
dear.
why is this so hard?
Oh dear. I've never seen you like this before.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make I don't know anything. I don't know anything about anything.
Dear, that is so far from the truth. You are a very smart, very intelligent young woman. And I won't have you saying anything less.
Mm, Thank you, Valentine.
Of course. You know I care about you tremendously, right?
Right. And you haven't chased this one off. So that means you must see something in them.
Well, I can't chase her off because she is a
Oh,
co-captain.
co-workers. That's why it's so
Y-
messy. Yeah.
correct. So I, unfortunately, will be unable to chase off Ashala should she do anything to break your heart or besmirch your reputation. So, but that doesn't mean that a co-captain can't perhaps go missing in the void of space if something terrible should happen.
You can try.
I'm joking, Lyra.
I thank you. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or not. With the men, it would make me feel better.
The point is, you're my. I'll always look after you. And I hope that you feel you can always come to me if you need
I-
help at all.
Right. And I do. I hope that even just this conversation here is still testament to how much I trust your intelligence and wisdom on these topics.
Lyra, I think you are in no particular danger in this situation. Granted, we don't know Ishala particularly well just yet. I don't pick up any hints of animosity or bad intentions. I think it's perfectly fine if you'd like to spend more time with her.
She'll just kind of coyly smile as she thinks of something. Thanks, Mom.
Goodness. Mother would have a thing or two to say if she knew that her youngest daughter was absolutely just beside herself, head over heels, with some pirate rogue.
Oh, she would.
Actually, consider, and she pauses for a moment. Actually, considering now that we know about our father, perhaps she'd be perfectly permissive of the relationship.
Something, something apples, something, something tree.
Runs in the family.
Fair enough, fair enough. Mm,
I was about
she'll-
to say perhaps a love of rogue is genetic, but you in fact did come from an egg.
Right, sometimes I forget that.
Me too.
She'll just steady herself and, flex the abs enough to keep herself upright again before kind of just doing a little hop off the bed and go over to Valentine and give her a big ol' hug.
Oh, Valentine returns the hug, just smooshes her.
Are you doing all right? I know just the comment about mortality is a bit sore subject.
Oh, Lyra dear, of course I'm fine. I mean, a grand adventure requires some heightened stakes, it's all part of the story. I'm fine. Things definitely seem to be getting very exciting.
They are, I think. Now I'll just have to keep everyone safe.
Do you think Quill is single?
I have no idea, but I think so.
Off in the distance, Quill is scratching his nose.
Just considering my own options for, some enjoyable company upon this voyage.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few good ones to choose from. So would that be anything with, like, the coworkers entanglement you spoke of?
Ah, yes, but once we safely deliver him, that'll be one of the last times we see him, except apparently in the future, whichever future past that might be, but that's a problem for future me.
Lyra looking at her like, I think I'm beginning to understand a little bit more about my sister's romance for the first time in a long time. Right. Best of luck to you in your endeavors, whichever direction they may go.
We'll see. I have to catch up on some reading before I can have any sort of fun, so...
Fair enough. Thank you again. She'll kind of lean into Valentine, give a little forehead touch before heading out of the room.
And so the days begin to blend together as the ship makes its way across the system. Valentine,
Yes?
In particular, more in like the later bit of the day, a bit after dinner, you're sort of just relaxing up on the top of the deck and just looking around, just in taking in all the sights. When all of a sudden you find that Mist sort of slowly makes her way over towards you.
It's my turn to talk to the child.
And you've noticed that Mist has gone around and she's talked to everyone else. And you notice that she's waited a bit to talk to you. And it feels a bit important, you would feel. And you've noticed that
how does she look? Yeah.
she has something of a stern, sort of like determined expression as she approaches you this time.
Hello, dear. There's no need for such a face. What's the matter?
She gives a nod, and you notice that it's not like upset. It's not angry or even upset in any degree. It's just seeming sheer determination. And more importantly, it's more that she had to almost work herself up to be able to come over to talk to you in particular.
Oh.
Hello. Hello, Lady Valentine. I was hoping I could talk with you a little bit.
Of course, Miss Mist. What can I do for you?
And she seems to kind of like, not like climb up on the railing on the side, but she seems to just like pull herself up enough just to look.
Could you tell me, what is it like being special?
Oh.
Because Lady Lyra is, well, she's covered in stars.
Lady Ashala is, and she sort of stops herself for a second.
Lady Ashala is special too.
Trying very hard not to say a secret that she has been told is a secret.
Lady Zuza is scary kind of special. And you, well, Papa always tells me that you're kind of the one that sort of bands them all together. And that makes you particularly special.
Well, your father is the kindest and most gracious of gentlemen, if he is saying things like that, but I don't know if I'm the right sort of person for that question, dear. I mean, I don't find myself to be a particularly special person.
She shakes her head very, very fervently.
I mean, that is to say, everyone is certainly special in their own right. Everyone's good at different things. I mean, I'm certainly a very fashionable person. I'm very good at gambling and games of chance, and certainly a crack shot. I have things I'm good at and exceptional at, but I think I think in the grand scheme of things, considering the vast, ever-changing universe we live in, those are attributes that pale in comparison to people who are much more capable, much grander, and I think it's, well, perhaps you had better ask my sister.
She shakes her head again. No. And she holds up both of her hands, wanting to take one of your hands.
She'll give her a hand.
I think that everyone here is very, very special. And I think it means a lot that you're with them, too. It just shows that you are special, too. And the thing that makes me think that you're special, she sort of just, like, thinks for a moment on how to phrase it. You're you. Everyone else, Lady Zuza, Lady Lyra, Lady Ashala, they all had to figure out who they were. And she sort of just, like, holds your hand close. You always knew who you were. And I feel like that makes you so much more special. And she sort
Valentine
of releases your hand to you.
Valentine gives a very soft but very genuine smile and just, I think you are one of the most remarkable children I have ever met, Miss Mist.
She sort of thinks for a moment. And you see some tears begin to well up in her eyes a little bit.
And I know that you feel you have the entire world on your shoulders, worlds on your shoulders. If you've come to me for advice on that sort of thing, I'm not sure I'm qualified to do so. But I don't think anybody knows who they really are when they're children. And this, of all times, childhood is a wonderful time of exploration, Miss Mist. And while I don't particularly agree with all your father's methods, I do think he's doing right by you to give you the chance to figure that out for yourself. And that's something none of us can tell you.
She gives several nods. It seems like she wants to speak, but she knows that she'll make a unladylike sob if she tries to say anything. And she wipes her little eyes with her little hands.
And if I can give you a little secret, just between us.
Her eyes sparkle.
Sometimes it is the duty of daughters to disobey their fathers.
Her eyes sort of widen a bit. And she nods.
Thank you, Lady Valentine.
And she gives you a big hug, and she makes her to turn her face that way she doesn't get any of her slightly little bit of boogers running down her
Little
nose and the
snotty
tears.
nose.
Yeah, she makes sure that she doesn't get any of that on you.
Valentine will give her a hug and just, I think you a very, very, very special girl, Miss Mist. And you're welcome to talk to me anytime you like.
Thank you, Miss Fallon.
And she is going to sort of wave goodbye and make her way back towards the lower decks.
Valentine still has that smile on her face, and she stands back up and looks out to the starry distance, and somehow this conversation with this young child has lifted her spirits a lot more than she expected.
And with that, you go and catch up on some rest. It's been an uneventful but long day. As the next few days pass by, does anyone have anything urgent that they'd like to do?
Besides be gay, no.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Not particularly urgent per se, but I do think if there's a moment for some quiet time, Valentine will crack open that con book.
Indeed, yes, you have the time to do that now.
Cool.
In this case, you receive a reading about a warrior. It doesn't specify what type of warrior he is, but it was stated that he was found in a nation that was entirely destroyed. Its castles were razed, the cities were burned to a crisp, and it's believed that he is the only remaining survivor of an entire nation. And when the neighboring ally nations came to vanquish the beast that had done such a thing, they found the boy surviving off of whatever he could find. It was after the harvest season, and he had just begun to eat anything he could find to keep himself alive. The seeds, the decaying apples. There was practically nothing, but still he survived. And it wasn't long before a retired military man who had helped to slay the beast adopted the boy, believing that it was part of his duty after slaying the dragon to look after the surviving seed of the civilization. And trained him as well. But the boy always found himself tackling challenges that were much bigger than himself. He would get into fights with bullies much stronger than him, standing up for his peers. He would commonly go out to play in the rain when many of the other children would stay at home. He was always challenging himself in different ways. He would swim in streams where other children would be afraid to even approach. He would challenge himself by going into supposedly haunted, abandoned buildings. He was always testing himself. And the adoptive father considered that perhaps it was his destiny as well to become something of a soldier. And the young boy grew ever more determined to protect others in every way that he could. And grew up to become something of a prominent knight. standing up to any sort of threat and being able to be an unmovable object. With his sword, his shield, and his armor. And a bit number of years into the future, the young boy had grown into a strong man, one of the greatest knights of his kingdom, in protecting against foul creatures of any kind. The fell creature that had once raised his kingdom had returned. But rather than go with an entire army, he chose to challenge the creature on his own. And while no one expected him to return from his quest, several years later, the man returned carrying the horn of the monster and set it at the destroyed remnants of his hometown, leaving behind his shield and his armor, and went to go rest, knowing he was able to overcome, with all of his training, that which had plagued him in the past, with his immense constitution. About a day later, everyone is gathering to find out what may be occurring just outside of the Federation space. And Randall gathers everyone together to view his projection of the base. Well, I'm hoping that it's not going to be particularly threatening. And he sets up an image of this almost horseshoe crab-like metal object just floating in orbit above the planet. And it seems that there's almost nothing going on. However, for you, Valentine and Lyra, given your proximity to Federation space, you are quite aware that seeing nothing going on is a bit frightening. There's no lights on the outside of this station, when normally they would be almost like a great advertising beacon calling out. It is then that a loud sound begins to play over the speakers of the ship.
Oh, good.
Oh dear.
The very same alarm that you had heard when Camraelth had flown past the ship previously. But this time, several Nautiloid ships appear just around the ship. Not your ship, but the Federation station. And all begin to swarm in bright colors, seemingly shooting lasers and engaging in combat. Randall seems to be a bit frightened and quickly shuts the projection. Well, it seems that we've at least gone in the correct direction. We wouldn't want to be anywhere near that. In fact, they might be doing some of the work for us, if anything. I think as soon as possible we should finish up our business in the Chaos Rift and return here. Perhaps
Certainly.
Perhaps this might be more of a rescue mission than a liberation mission.
Do you think it would be somehow worth at least somehow contacting the fleet in regards to the situation? I know we're many, many, many light years away now, but
He shakes his head. Unfortunately, the fleet has assigned us to this station and this planet. It would seem that we are the reinforcements that they would receive.
if that is the case, wouldn't we be better off, I guess, assisting? Or
It will take us some time to travel over there, and by the time we approach it, it will be likely far over by then. If anything, we can always hope for the best. And
yeah.
perhaps this may ease our mission.
Hmm.
Or make it infinitely more difficult if we have to deal with illithids in the aftermath.
I was gonna say, those ships did look like Captain Felvoid's. However, I'm assuming, considering not spoiling the same colors here, not on the same side.
Indeed, these seem to be purely of the grand design type.
Would it be worse to deal with the Federation or illithids?
Personally, I don't favor either Oz, but I don't believe that there is anything we could do if the Illithid happened to get something done there. They are perhaps claiming the people, or just seeking to conquer new territory.
Yeah.
If anything, contacting the fleet would be one of the best things we can do. I can see about trying to get something through, but unfortunately, much of our communications tend to be locked between systems.
Well,
Hmm.
goodness, we certainly seem to be stirring up some sort of universe-threatening threat everywhere we go.
No, this has been something of a constancy, though to have them reach so close to fleet territory is particularly unique. Where they might have come from is another question altogether. In any case, I believe that the best option for us now is to conclude our business over at the Chaos Rift and return. If we are in agreement, I can chart a course immediately.
It might be
Yes.
best.
Yes, I suppose so. I would hate to have them wrapped up in whatever we end up trying to do here.
Yeah. At the very least, a small fleet like that isn't going to be able to occupy our world. I think
If-
we'll probably have time, at the very least.
If you all will, excuse me for a moment. And Valentine's actually going to depart from the room and go into her own room for a moment. And Oliver, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Cordelia gave me a means of communication, correct?
Yes, this is a particularly special kind of communication that was designed to withstand even space storms.
Cool. Real quickly, I'm going to ensure that any kind of surveillance in her room is turned off. Like Echo is not listening in, Evan is not listening in,
Yes,
anything
they are
like that.
You are secure.
And she is going to use that communicator to reach out to Cordelia and inform her of the coordinates of this attack against the Federation.
It doesn't work two ways, but as you speak into it, you see your words appear at the top of what appears to be some sort of glass of some kind.
Monitor.
Yes, indeed. And it takes a bit, but you begin to see dots appear at the bottom, meaning that it has connected and it is
Okay.
being received. And then finally you see nothing to be done.
All right. She'll accept that and tuck it away. Stay for a few more moments in her room, and we'll return to the group. Apologies, I felt a bit lightheaded for a moment. I just had to take a moment. Quite all right now. Nothing to worry about.
Do you have some bad history with the Illithid? You seem to have taken that somewhat personally.
unless you count Captain Felvoid. No, nothing personal. But it is concerning outcome, I think, but one that we can't do anything about right now. We have to focus on what we can control.
And who
Well
knows?
said.
Maybe there might be something in the rift that might give us the edge. You never know.
If it is a Gith place, well, there may not be a better place for anti-illicit technology.
You never know.
And before long, you see Echo appear and sort of like communicate to Randall in the room over. And he's sort of like gives a bit of a nod to Echo and then begins to very, very quickly walk his way towards the lower decks. And you can see like he has just a tiny little projection of Echo just in his hands. And you see just a tiny, like, on a projection of her, just tiny little blips of red appear, almost as continuing the alarm. It seems that something has gotten him particularly bothered by it, but before long, the ship begins its jump and begins to travel into astral space. As the crystal dragon is continuing its jump into the astral sea, a faint whispering can be heard from the top deck. All four of you are currently out on the top deck. You can listen with the perception check if you're interested.
Sure. I guess I'm not noticing.
Oh, yep, I don't know a thing. I don't see nothing.
Oh my god.
Ashala.
Ashala is the only one.
The sounds of the astral sea have always been a bit grand and remarkable, but today you hear the faintest sound of sweet singing. You feel almost comfortable and relaxed as you begin to enter the space between planes. As for everyone else, you seem to be unable to hear the voices that Ashala is referring to, and a few of the other crew members on board seem to also be talking about hearing the singing, but none of you can seem to notice it. You're also noticing that everyone seems to be walking with a little bit of a lull, as if they're intoxicated. You, however, remain in full control of your senses. It gives a bit, but Ashala, you eventually recover, but you don't feel any particularly different. It didn't feel like it was a sluggish action that took over you. It was just comforting, that's all.
And was just this traversing through the astral sea still, right?
This is in the in-between between spaces, yes.
Gotcha.
Alexander will comment that it felt very similar to the stories I used to hear about siren songs. But that makes sense in the ocean, not in astral space.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't. Didn't we fight like some sort of space creature of similar sorts a while back?
Some sirens take the forms of birds, so who's to say they can't evolve to live around in the astral sea?
Robert is gonna just casually walk by and just kind of look around. Not heard of anything like that, but maybe it'd be best if we grouped up in pairs of 3 to do patrols, just on the safe side.
Always best to keep in the cautious side.
And Robert is essentially going to go off and start informing the others that they're going to start changing up the shifts a little bit. And it seems to just pass by. The song seems to continue for quite a few days as you're passing towards the black hole that houses the Chaos Rift. And over the day, it seems to grow gradually stronger until the party is nearing the end of the warp and the song stops. It is eerily silent, as if you are out in standard space. And suddenly, singing can be heard by everyone, as the whole crew has gone up to the top deck. Everyone, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm not great at these, and I do have inspiration, so screw it. I'm rolling with advantage.
Do we have to declare that before we make the roll?
Ideally, yes.
You know what? Yeah, I also have
Ooh.
inspiration. I'm also gonna try and play it safer.
Ashala,
yep. Glad I did.
as you sort of
Okay.
call to the front this twist of fate, you immediately feel your senses just heighten. And you feel that you immediately break through whatever charm the song may have put upon you. Let's see, where do we start? Maris, you pass. Zuza, you pass. Lily, you pass as well.
Okay, so far so good.
The remaining crew members, except for Quill and Mist, all seem to fall into a lull and begin to just sort of wander a bit aimlessly. Quill immediately stands at attention and summons his sword spear and slams it into the ground with an echoing boom. Everyone, get close to me. The rest of you, however, rather than the song, begin to hear something else entirely. You begin to hear whispering. Get the girl, 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 get the girl.
Oh dear.
And a wave of harpies begin to surround.
Ah, space harpies.
All right, everyone. Remember how we said we were
Harpies.
protecting Mist with our life?
This is we are now protecting this with our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, go ahead and roll for initiative.
Okay.
Go. Just an 11. Gosh dang it.
Oh, Oliver, when I read the con book, did that do anything, or do I have
Yes,
to
I was
read
going
more?
to clarify. Yes,
Cool.
you have gained your con benefit.
And that's +2?
Yes, that is a +2 for you.
So, does that mean that does that retroactively affect the number of hit points that I have? Or
Yeah,
is it just
I
from
believe that
this point
does.
on?
I believe it
Oh,
does
retroactively.
retroactively affect your hit points, yes.
Cool.
So-
Give yourself
I believe
HP equal to your level.
An extra 6
Yep.
HP, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm just gonna post that as a reminder.
Okay.
Let's see. So now that I have a +6 to that, let's do all of the player characters. Let's do Quill.
Oh, wait, that didn't work.
Hell, let's do Mist too. Yeah, that should do.
Add in Roba. Then Robert.
You have to protect Groby. He gave me comic books.
To add in Alexander. Add in Randall. I believe that is everyone. The initiative of Zeri, he will go at the end of everyone's turn. The Harpy Matriarch opens with a song. And all of your companions seem to have been put into some sort of trance and are unable to act. And that will end her turn. Ashala, you're up first. There are harpies everywhere. There might be arguably hundreds of them circling around the ship at a far distance, but only a few of them have begun to move into close range.
Well, it sounds like the music is coming from her, so I get the feeling probably shutting her up is probably the smartest move to do here. So I am going to 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm assuming this is loaded, right?
It is loaded, but I will tell you right now, as she's sitting on the
the spike
mast
on the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cannons don't aim that direction specifically so that they don't harm the ship.
That is understandable. In that case.
However, any of the other harpies are a fair target. You do want to note, however, that Robert is currently sitting in the seat.
That's fair. In that case, I will keep moving forward because I think I've moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, could I get here? Let me see if can I
Don't consider any objects in your way there.
Okay, that's fine. In that case, I probably could do one more. So probably taking that into account, probably move here. See how far that is. 60 feet. My psychic blades, I think, only go up to 30. Let me check. No, 60 feet. It has a normal range of 60 feet.
Oh yeah.
Very good.
You know what? I know I'm not going to get sneak attack on him. However, any chance to cut her off from singing is always a good time. So I'm going to...
Remember, your first attack roll gets advantage.
Oh! So actually, I might get my sneak attack on this.
You do
Let's try.
get sneak attack, yes.
Advantage. That is... yeah.
26 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Happily. Let me do this. For a total of 24 psychic damage.
Very solid damage as this blade comes whizzing out of nowhere and strikes directly into the heart, and you hear a sort of in the middle of the song, but it continues all the same.
Ooh, so she's going to continue regardless.
Yes.
Hmm.
Valentine, you are also up. Unless
Alright,
there's
I
anything
think
else, Shala.
I can throw another one as a bonus action just to get a little extra chip damage in at least.
Yep, go for it.
So, I'll try. So this would be my offhand psychic. So let's go. Normal roll. I don't think a 12's gonna hit.
12 will not hit, no.
That's fine.
Very, very big opener. Valentine.
Alright, I think picking up what Ashala's putting down, Valentine is going to resume usual position in the crow's nest. Weep. And she is going to take aim and fire at the matriarch with my shiny new laser rifle.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh no, I get advantage on this one.
Yes, 21 will hit. Go
Alright.
ahead and roll for damage.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
That's a I'm gonna re-roll that
The one.
the one.
The fire recoil is for you. If your gun is overheating.
No. I'm doing my piercer thing. I'm re-rolling one of my damage.
Oh, okay.
die.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's much
Much
better.
better.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's gonna be 9. Yeah. 2d8
14, I believe.
14. Yes.
Another 14. Again,
How is she-
it seems to stagger her, but she is just powering through it.
Damn, she just won't go down. I do it again. A 14.
14 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Oh.
Okay.
How about 18
Oh my
radiant
God.
damage?
Much better number.
Big damage.
She is struggling, but she still continues her song.
Oh, man. All right. I don't have any bonus action economy for this character, so I think that's going to have to do it for me.
Groba needs to roll a wisdom save to see if he can recover.
I believe in you, buddy. Think of the comic books. Think of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh no.
An 11 will not do it, and he is going to use his full movement to begin marching towards the matriarch.
Oh no.
Up next is Randall, who is going to make his save.
Come on, Randall. We believe in you.
He's nice. He's his wizards. Okay, so that's still pretty good.
Randall is immediately going to break free and hear Quill's call, and is going to immediately run as close as he can and start to cast as many spells as he can on himself to sort of start buffing. He is not a combatant by any stretch of the imagination, but he understands what's at stake here to some degree. And he's going to...
Silence.
He's going to cast Shield on himself. Mage Armor. And just going to do his best to sort of hunker down. Alexander. Is going to fully walk over to the matriarch. 10. And is going to begin a tight walk as he begins walking very carefully. Up next, the Harpies.
Oh god.
Oh, I also forgot to roll for checks.
Checks.
Come on, Chex. Be
Come on,
surprisingly
buddy.
wise.
We're gonna have checks roll his wisdom.
No.
Shit.
Roll
Chex
his
is
int
good
as
to
well.
go.
Let's go, Chex.
He's so smart. That's my boy.
A turn, checks is going to be at a 3. I don't know why there's 2 harpies target. Oh no, it's just targeting the harpy form. Okay. Yes, checks is going to be fine. The harpies are going to begin their onslaught. 2 harpies are going to fly into checks and are going to begin to attack with their multi-attacks. They're going to attack once with their claws. I believe that first one will hit the club as a follow-up. Both of those will hit on checks. The second one will also begin to attack and will miss. Both of those, 2 natural ones. Definitely not here to fight. And checks is going to take a solid 10 points of damage. And he's looking quite bad. Randall is about to take 2 hits. And is going to seemingly go untouched, aside from a very minor 4 points of damage. Actually, no, because of shield, he is fine, actually. He is going to just start parrying these hits as much as he can, but he is fighting for his life here, and he is not used to that. Lyra.
Yeah,
2 harpies are going to pursue you.
sounds good. Well, it doesn't sound good, you know?
11,
Understood. Nope.
13,
No.
22,
Yes,
and an
absolutely.
18.
Yes.
You take 5 points of damage.
Oh, that's not too bad. Okay.
Valentine. A single harpy is going to rush you. For a 17 and an 18.
Both will hit.
You will take 14 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Ashala. One is rushing towards you. Natural 24, 10 points.
Ooh.
And is going to miss you on a 9.
Okay. So 10
Alexander.
points for my damage.
Is going to get rushed by 2 hits. Those will miss. I believe a 17 will hit Alexander. 22 will hit. I don't think I rolled too much, but the 22 will hit and he takes 8 points of damage. Lyra, you are up. There are many harpies.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. It's one of those lovely situations where nothing really feels right in terms of the choices. So... Actually, hold on.
Just
This
black
one?
hole them again. I'm sure it won't traumatize Robert.
No. It wouldn't traumatize anybody.
Well, maybe that will give him advantage on the wisdom save. He'll be too terrified of you to be entranced.
I'm just drawing this just for my own reference. I'm not casting Fireball, don't worry. Okay, so bonus action. Let's just get this out of the way. we're gonna enter a little starry form. This seeing as we're already just getting onslaughted, it's definitely going to be the healing variety. So just like as she kind of quickly casts her bit of mage armor, which helps to deflect the part of the harpy onslaught, as the two bleat like kind of get into her, it tears it away and kind of is replaced by stars as they sort of overtake her body and the chalice forms on her chest. All right, action. I can actually. I think I can save Alexander here, but I cannot save both him and Grova.
Look into your heart. Which one would Lyra choose to save?
Which party member is more important? Player choose.
Book friend or your sister's boy toy? Choose.
Well, I mean, it was Valentine who said that he wasn't anything particularly special to her.
Okay. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to cast slow. And I'm going to cast slow on the ones that are threatening folks. So the two that are on Alexander, let's start there. And this is up to 6 in a 40-foot radius, so I think I can do it to... I'm just trying to find the sweet spot of this. Yeah.
That works.
So these 6.
Could you do it one over and catch this one here?
I can only target 6, so...
Oh, you can only target 6? Okay.
Yeah, so kind of besides the point.
Okay, perfect, yeah, okay.
So make me those wisdom saves. I think it's wisdom. Let me double check that.
Let's see them.
DC is 18.
All 6 of them have been slowed.
Hell yeah. All right.
Go ahead and give me a rundown. What happens with slow?
Yeah, so I imagine it's just sort of like the cold atmosphere of space, really, like just like the starry atmosphere that probably these ones are more used to, but still just like that kind of like just that harsh cold just begins to kind of creak their bones and cause them to just not be able to move at the speed that they were able to as they were starting the ambush upon us. So just very much deep space kind of consuming a little.
Many of them seem to begin to struggle as a deep white glow seems to just sort of cover them in iciness. Do you have anything else you can do?
I don't really think I should. Actually, I could move, because these ones can't take reactions. But I'm protecting Mist, so I will not be moving.
Zuza, you are up.
Alright. Oh boy. Alright, I am going to start off by calling out to both... Oh gosh. No, actually, I think I can only do that to one or the other. Alright. Let's see. Chex is going to be going next. I think.
Oh, you have Robert and Chex. Although I guarantee that Chex is going to be up.
All right. Let's call back to Chex then, and shout out, Mr. Chex. Do be terribly careful, but I believe repositioning would be of the utmost importance. And I'm going to be using urgent order. So
Okay.
let's. Oh gosh, wow, he has way less HP than I was expecting. Okay.
Chex is hurting.
Yeah, let's do. Yeah, let's do 2 leadership dice on this. So that is a 9 and. Okay, so that is 16 temp HP that Chex gains.
Chex is going to start running, but Chex wants to use gun. No.
And he's seems obligated to move.
Oh, yeah, I figured it would be helpful for him at this point. It's still up to him where he wants to move, but
He's going to just move here because
Okay.
he no longer has any weapons aside from a single sidearm that will allow him to fight off harpies.
all right.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Yes, I would. Let's see, I would like to pivot around. Yeah, I think let's pivot around here to make sure that this one doesn't have as easy access, since the other two feel like they are going to be tied up here. Is it a grapple check if I offer my hand for Mist to hold on to make sure she isn't pulled away?
She is going to stay next to Quill no matter what.
Okay, perfect. That works fine by me then. Yeah, then let's use 1 attack on this one here, using the rapier. And just to make sure. Oh. Now I feel like I should still ask. Does call to arms mean that I also give myself advantage?
I believe the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
As it's
I'll
just a
take
first
it.
turn thing.
Yeah. All right. I'll happily take that. That's. Come on. 25. Okay.
25 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
That is ooh, lovely 12 piercing damage on that one.
This harpy takes a somewhat significant blow, and as the cold and the blade are just sinking in, it just seems to be slowly trying to work its way into a cry of pain, but it's struggling to do so.
And then for the other one, calling over to Quill. Mr. Quill, I do believe it best that you attack as much and as frequently as you can, my good man, to give him my other attack.
Okay. Robert is going to be incapacitated and is going to begin to walk 5, 10, 15, 20.
Oh no.
I hate this.
Not Robert, no!
He's going all the way, just a bit further.
Oh, it's gonna be so interesting when we break them out of the trance.
Chex is going to turn around and shoot his mortar at one of the harpies.
Yeah. Come on, Chex, start blasting.
A
This time?
24. Those caught in the blast are going to take 1d8 for 12
Ooh.
points. Oh, they also have to make a dex save. Hold I'm going to say that a match will be enough, and they are both going to take the hit. We are working in favor. Quill. Quill is going to begin to cast a spell, and you see him begin to say the words of the spell, but it seems that it almost just passes by, almost as if nothing happens. And Quill is going to slam his sword spear into the ground once more, and is going to begin a counter song. And with that radiant song echoing out, the harpy song has been broken.
Let's go.
And everyone, I believe, gains 12 points of healing.
Ooh.
And if it goes over your maximum, it becomes 10 HP. And that will end Quill's turn. The Harpy
Will we
Matriarch
say in unison.
is going to continue to cast her luring song once more. Every creature is going to make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
This includes us again?
That includes you. Actually, it's pretty much just you guys, because after breaking out, the others are going to get sort of like a free pass through this one.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's see how we do.
Come on. Come on.
Easy.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, god damn it.
Now I'm going to use my inspiration to try and guarantee my success.
Keep in mind you are rolling with advantage.
Oh, that's
because
right.
of
That's
Quill's
right.
song.
That's
Yes.
right. You are right. Thank you. Okay, 22 is fine.
Yes. 19. Okay. Unfortunately, Zuza, you begin to feel the pull of the song, and despite being in such close proximity, it just barely breaks through your wisdom. Actually, wait, no, because you are within 15 feet of Quill. I believe you are protected. Yes, you are protected because you're within 15 feet. Yes, yeah, for sure. Okay. So the Harpy Song has essentially no effect, and it has burnt up its turn in doing so. Ashala, you are up. You have a Harpy that is making it hard for you to throw out range, but she's slowed currently.
I think because she's slow, I don't think she has reactions anymore.
I don't believe
That is
so.
correct. No reactions and bad AC, bad dex, etc.
Yeah, but to throw my psychic dagger, I would have disadvantage, wouldn't I?
Let me just confirm. It cannot use reactions, so you could just take a step away and then throw.
Yeah.
But I think the psychic dagger can be used in melee too.
It can be used in melee.
Yeah, I was hoping the psychic dagger, the queen harpy. So it doesn't. I don't think I'm going to be able to get sneak attack regardless. So I think I'll go for. I'll aim at this one and go for a stab with a psychic dagger.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
Oh, actually, no, I am going to do with the psychic dagger because I do want to still try and hit it. Otherwise,
Sure.
So advantage. Yep.
Yes, that will hit. Go ahead and roll for
Right.
damage.
Oh, not great damage though.
Okay. Pretty solid damage. That's a pretty sizable chunk of its health as it sort of just is also struggling to get its cry out.
I see that's the offhand.
Oh wait, if I have to use my bonus action, yeah, I'm stupid. No mind. I'll have to do it next turn. I just realized if I use my bonus action to aim, I won't be able to throw my offhand anyway. I should have just used.
What's your modifier?
Deck. What's that?
What's your modifier to dexterity?
+4 at the minute.
+4. Okay, so it's an extra 4 points of damage that you would have done. Anything else?
I did offhand. All right, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah. So never mind. So that would be. Yeah. Okay. I won't be able to do anything this turn now. Yep.
Valentine.
All right.
They're rolling in.
So, Robert kind of ruined my plan. I was going to do a straight shot through both of these harpies, but now I would hit him if I tried to do that. And I will not be responsible for Robert's death. So I think.
I know you can still take the shot, and hit any of them in the line, but you would just at the very least, if you do a straight shot through, you would risk hitting Robert for that. Just based on the mechanics of that, yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
So you probably need to move here or something.
Well, I'm currently in the.
You're in the nest.
I'm like high up. I'm in the nest. Yeah.
That is correct. Yes, you are not being. Well, there is the one that's right next to you. It flew over to you to fight you specifically.
Yeah. I'm not worried about her.
Oh yes, because you have an ability that prevents you from having any issues with proximity.
Yeah,
Correct. So, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna aim for the matriarch and just keep firing at her, since she is going to continue to be a problem if she keeps singing. So, I'm gonna shoot
go ahead.
first. Although I do have to set aside my laser rifle, correct, to let it cool down, because I fired 2 shots? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to whip out my musket and go for a shot. That's a 26.
26 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
I'm gonna re-roll that dice. That's not good. That's much better. So 15 damage.
Okay. She is starting to look kind of bad as
God.
She's just sort of struggling to keep her song up.
All right, I'm firing again.
This beefy old woman.
28.
28 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Another 8 piercing damage.
She's still standing.
I'm action surging.
I don't blame you.
Go for it.
Shoot her!
Shoot her!
Shoot now, Dimitri!
15.
15 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Another 8. I'm rolling pretty bad on these D12s. And a 25 for another 11.
How would you like to finish this one off?
Oh, excellent. Just I like to think it's just pow pow pow, you know, she's rapid firing these shots, but it shy of, you know, a fatal shot. It's like going into her shoulder, it's going into, you know, the abdomen. It's like just shy of like an actual killing shot. And just finally on that last one, just exhales, breathes out her nerves, aims, takes a shot, and it's just square between the eyes. Just clean.
Solid. You are sort of, as this harpy is just being slowed, as it's just slowly rearing itself back, you sort of adjust out of its way, knowing that it's going to have to continue what it was planning to do. And you just start to turn your musket into a cowboy repeater and just start blasting. Hitting the shoulder, hitting the wing, hitting the hand, hitting the throat, as it starts to cough up blood. And it looks up towards you specifically, now knowing the threat is up above. And the last shot comes directly through the eyes as it falls and begins to float alongside the rest of the ship, flying away into space as it's dead.
Excellent.
Threat removed. Robot. What the fuck is happening? And is going to rush up to this harpy, and because he has an ally nearby, he gets his attack with sneak attack. Go ahead and roll with his frog tongue rapier. That will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage. That's still pretty good. I believe he has both of his modifiers active. And yes, that will deal a total of 19 points of damage. It is looking quite rough. Randall is going to, despite everything, is going to back up a step just to sort of try and cover Quill a bit more. And is going to take an opportunity attack with the claws. This one will hit him. But he is going to just sort of hunker down again this time. Just sort of ready to take any hits for allies within 5 feet of him. Alexander is screaming his head off as if he's never been in any sort of situation in his entire life. And is just going to swing his short sword in the direction of the one that Groba was already attacking. And we'll get sneak attack for that as well. And is going to deal another 17 points of damage. This harpy is on its last legs, as it's just being overwhelmed. It is now the turn of the harpies. As I recall, the harpies are slowed, so they only get a single action.
Single attack.
Single attack, I see. So that will cut them down quite a bit.
They can either use an action or a bonus action, not both.
Okay. I don't believe the multi-attack is a bonus action, but I'm still just going to flavor it as they can only attack once per turn.
Yeah, it also specifies it can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn as well.
Excellent.
So it's just one attack, period, whichever way it goes.
The ones that are closest towards Alexander are going to try and rip their claws into him, but they're just having too hard of a time. Ashala, the one that's next to you, is going to try and swing at you for a 13.
Miss.
Valentine, you're going to have one swing towards you for a 16.
That will hit.
For 7 points.
Okay.
Lyra, you have 2 swinging towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Both will miss.
Okay.
The harpies are going to collapse in on Randall and continue. And the ones in the back are going to close in on checks.
Checks!
That is a miss, a miss, a miss. And that one will hit for 2 points. But fortunately,
okay.
he's looking a lot better thanks to Quill's song. Randall
Those
is
ones
going
aren't
to take-
slowed, so I
Yes.
wasn't sure. Okay, just make sure.
Randall will, I believe, will avoid that one as well, thanks to his overwhelming shields. Yes, he will successfully just parry off the rest of these blows, just trying his best to survive out here. Not needing to hide like he did against his more humanoid enemies previously. Lyra, you are up.
All
You have
right.
control of the battlefield.
I mean, I am surrounded, but I do. So I think Lyra is going to manifest one of her cards, one of the Astrologian cards, and just, after having the conversations with her sister, there's just such an immense amount of confidence that she has in her, and probably seeing the massive amounts of damage that she's firing off into the Harpy Matriarch is going to be like just so impressed with her sister and just going to reach inside of her and just essentially pull out what is a spear, and sort of give it. It sounds bad, but aim it at her sister, and as it goes to her, it's going to sort of like just fill you with a bit of extra power. And this card allows you to make one extra attack every turn for the next minute.
Ooh. For the next
Valentine,
minute.
you are heavily emboldened, and you feel just the ability of just stabbing quickly with a spear, and that sort of just translates into your head as to how to best maneuver your own weapon in a way that you never thought possible before.
Just Lyra's gonna just speak on, just like, go get him, Tiff.
To look back, give her a wink.
And then I know we've had like damage healed, but how is our dear how are folks doing?
I believe Alexander is doing okay. Alexander is actually back to full.
Okay.
Grubba was never hit. Chex is down 2.
Okay, so there's not much healing that's
Everyone
needed.
is seemingly fine.
Okay. Then
Jax also has the I think it's 16 temp HP on top of what he healed.
Oh, that's true.
Yes, this is true.
He's good to
yes,
go.
He's very. He actually, yeah, no, he's at full HP.
He is good to go. Then I think I'm going to use my is this a bonus action? No, it's an action. Okay, never mind then. I will just pass it there. New spells and all.
Okay. If that's it, then Zuza, you are up.
All right. Let's see. So, let's start with some attacks. Because the sooner I can finish that one off, the sooner I can pivot to help focus on that one. So yeah. Let's start with one attack. And, 10. That's not gonna do it.
10 will not do it, no, fortunately.
Alright. Yeah. Let's. Let's. Just. Well, if it's low and can't take reactions, let's just take our chances here and step here to try and target that one for the second attack.
Okay.
Okay, 22.
22 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Ah, God, for 5 piercing damage.
Okay. Every damage counts.
Yeah, that's true.
Anything else?
Let's see. You know what? Sure, I'm still nervous about. I'm still nervous about this one, so. If I take the help action, do I have to specify who I'm helping with the
I believe
attack?
the help action would take the place of your weapon, no?
There's a helpful word, which lets me do
yes.
it as a bonus action.
In that case, I would say yes, you specify the target of who you're assisting.
Alright, well, since Chex is still getting mobbed over there, sure, let's throw this over. Mr. Chex, I believe that one has a little bit of a weak spot from her flight pattern. I do believe you can handle her quite handily. And giving him the help action on that harpy. And, yeah.
Onto Robert, who is out of it now and is very, very mad about the fact that he just got controlled. Is going to put his shield away and is gonna start slashing.
Oh, sorry. Also, Chex will get a +6 on his next attack roll on that target.
Okay. Robert missed his first hit, but he's determined and is going to go in for a second hit. And is just going to completely cleave this harpy in two. And drop her right at the back. And then is going to start charging his way down. And to go and sort of help out Ashala. Chex, who is currently surrounded, holds his mortar up and goes, "What do you want Chex to do with this?"
I lift up an arm, but shoot here! Shoot here! On her!
And Chex is, specifically which one did you point out again?
This one.
This one? Okay. Chex is going to ignore what he has and is going to go for a bite because he has no other options here. He has advantage for this.
Yes, and you can
16.
add a 6 to the attack roll, so I guess.
Oh,
that'd
yeah,
be
so he's
22.
definitely going to hit. Okay. He will do 6 points of damage to this harpy as he just chomps out a big chunk of its wing. Quill is going to see that there is a harpy that is directly next to Mist. And as there is no more harpy matriarch, he is going to stop singing his song and is going to point towards the harpy. And his mouth moves. And the harpy collapses.
Did Bro just
Damn.
power word kill that harpy?
He's going to then interpose himself between the other harpy and Mist. And is going to ready his sword spear. Matriarch is dead. Ashala, you are up.
Cool. I'm gonna use the weapon I probably should have done last turn, and I take out the serpentine dagger.
Ooh. Let's see it.
Aim action.
Okay.
Strike. For 25.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
Oof. Roll no low on the sneak, but
Jeez.
but the poison made up for it. I think.
Yes. It is dreadfully low. It is holding on by its tiny claws as it is just trying to do anything right now.
Ooh.
I believe that's the end of your turn, unless you want to move, because there's no reason for you not to.
I took the aim action, so I wouldn't
Okay.
be able to
Oh, yeah.
anyways.
Valentine, you got one right next to you.
I do.
It's struggling.
I think, looking behind her, seeing the massive harpies, but trusting that Quill's got a handle on it for now, Valentine is going to attempt to free up some reinforcements for the crew. So she's gonna pick up her laser rifle again, since we had it cool down, and I'm gonna fire a shot at this one here by Groba and Alexander.
Okay.
That's a 17.
17 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
That's a 19 radiant damage.
19. Wow. She is holding on.
I do it again.
She is just
22.
being singed by this absolutely massive laser.
I'm gonna reroll one of those.
Okay.
Oh well, that it doesn't matter. So
Oh.
eight radiant damage.
Oh, good night.
That's you.
Thank
She is She is so close to just being finally dying.
Cool. Lyra gave me a third action,
You
or a
do
third
have a
attack,
third
so
one.
I'm doing it again. For 14. If a 14 hits.
14 to hit will hit. Yes, go ahead and roll for damage.
17 radiant damage.
She turns into a pile of dust and just coats everyone in a straight line.
Oh my god.
Robert, Grova, and Ashala are just completely covered in hot dust as she is just turned into ash.
Valentine cocks her laser rifle, looks so smug, and just calls out to Groba and Alexander. Captain Alexander, Mr. Groba, you'll need it on the deck.
You also take 2 points of fire damage.
It's worth it. She's a little singed, but she's fine.
I think you can accept 2 fire damage in response for 17 radiant.
Randall is going to cast haste on Quill.
Oh,
Objectively correct decision here.
Grova is up. I missed Grova, so he's just gonna run up, kind of do a running, passing by stab, and is going to take a strike at the one harpy that is just struggling. Going to hit. Gonna finish the job. She's out of here.
big
go,
damage,
Groba.
Groba.
And then he is going to leap and start making his way towards the one that is flanking Lyra. Alexander is going to not have much to do, so he's going to bonus action dash. Fuck. And is going to start supporting and is going to go for a swing with his scimitar, his short sword. A 21 will hit, and he does get sneak attack. It's going to hit for a total of 14. Pretty solid hit. Not quite enough to finish the job, however. Most of the harpies are dying. The one that's next to Valentine is going to take a swing for a 19 to hit for 6 points. The one that is next to Lyra is still just determined to whatever it takes to claw through that wall to get to the child. It has to do it. And is going to take a swing at Lyra. But it's just going to miss because it's slowed.
Oops.
The two
I love
harpies
slow.
are going to ignore Randall, seeing that this big armored man is going to start turning around towards them, and are going to start doing everything they can to try and get through him. 20. Let me just double check. A 20 does not hit. Quill.
Let's
Jesus
go.
Chex is going to face the final onslaught. Both will miss there. Is going to take 8 points to his temp HP and is just going to just stand strong amidst it all. Lyra, you are up.
Okay. I see I got this one that's just standing next to me. And I don't like that. So I'm gonna do just No, I gotta be sticking with Mist. There's no way I'm gonna leave Mist. So, action. We're gonna use a cantrip. And I'm gonna just she's gonna bare her fangs, and she's going to try and take a good old bite out of this harpy right here.
Okay.
Feral Lyra, let's go.
Yeah, so there's just like this caustic dark matter kind of pouring out of her teeth as she does this. Okay, that's poor good. I do not have this coded correctly. 1 second, I will just do this
No
myself.
worries.
It just said, "What level do you cast this out?" I'm like, it's a cantrip. So, okay,
Yes,
16
I
acid
cast it.
damage.
I cast bite.
So just
She is just barely holding on.
okay. Then, bonus action, she's gonna kind of just like shake that off. As just like it doesn't do anything to her starry form since she is just made of constellations and stars. And quickly turn to once again back to Valentine, seeing that she's been hurt a bit, and going to just, cast a casual healing word. I hope you're ready for healing words healing, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Good
actually
grief.
a thought. Did you guys?
That's
did you
a
guys hear?
healing word.
that's healing
Yeah.
word.
It got
So
better as well.
21.
Yeah, 20. No, that's 24.
24.
Is that
Yeah,
a level
healing word.
1 spell slot?
Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Okay,
it
making
did
notes
get-
here.
And,
Wow.
and did you know that they doubled the amount of dice in 2024 edition?
They did, yeah.
It's crazy.
So that just to talk through why that number is so freaking high. Chalice gives you an extra 1d8 plus 5 to whatever heal you do. She also gets her proficiency bonus of healing to any healing spell she does, and then the moon sickle for an additional d4.
Hell
Good
yeah.
grief.
But a lot of it's pushed into the one person spells. So mass healing word would not heal 24 to everybody. Just to be clear about
That's
that.
fair. That's fair.
But yeah, so that's the healing word.
Ooh, your girl is back up to full.
Okay. Zuza.
Alright. Let's see. Okay, so I feel like now that there's not the threat of Harpy Song, Quinn's probably going to try to do attacks. So yeah, let's try stab myself. A stab for myself, not let's just try and stab that one real quick. For 13.
13 will hit, yes.
Oh shit, okay. For 7 piercing.
Okay. Still pretty strong.
And calling out to Quinn by my side. I'll be the amuse-bouche for your main course, yes? Just to give the extra attack. I can't be too witty. It's in the middle of a conflict. I've got like 6 seconds. And God, I don't think anyone necessarily needs a bonus action. Warlord thing, so I guess that's my turn.
Okay. Up next is Robert. Where is Robert? Where have I put you? There you are. Robert is going to go ahead and charge his way over towards the others. Gonna hop over the side, over the railing, charging in on this last one. Is going to swing with his longsword for a 14 to hit, which will hit, and is going to deal 13 points of damage, and is just going to bury another.
Grubba racking up the kill count. He's kill stealing everyone.
Chex is going to bite again. Not being certain of what he can do at this point. That is a solid 22. It's going to deal an additional 4 points of damage. Harpy is actually starting to look a little bit weak from everything that Chex is doing to it over time. And now it is Quill's turn. Quill is going to raise his sword spear and do a cleave through the two that are directly in front of him, striking towards both. 17 will hit both. I believe that is...
I just want to note that that was a natural 3 that he rolled.
31. One of them is still standing.
God, Quill is insane.
The other harpy is going to drop to the ground, a radiant light just filling it before it. Several similar-looking sword spears made of magic just come piercing through in every direction. Quill is going to suddenly just appear behind it on the opposite side
Oh my god.
and is going to swing around for his hasted strike. 16 is going to hit both for another 33 and is going to drop both of these two.
Incredible.
You said you gave him an extra attack?
Yep.
Another one.
One more time, Quill is just going to appear behind the other harpy. And this time is going to leap up into the air and just dragoon dive into it. 28
I
to
love
hit.
that.
And is going to just pierce straight through it. He's going to just give an extra little twist before he begins running his way back towards Mist.
Oh my
Again, I
God.
ask, is this man single? Asking for a friend.
Ashala.
You know what? I think it makes sense if I take the aim action at this one and throw a socket dagger.
Go ahead.
Actually, you know what? I don't think they're particularly. I don't think they're particularly armored. I'm just gonna roll it
They're
normally
not.
because I do have a friend next to them. So if I do hit,
Yes, you do.
which 14?
14 will hit.
Okay, in that case, not the best damage, but
Really
we do have
solid.
at least. Yeah. And then, just because I now have my offhand psychic blade, I can also throw the second one too,
Go for it.
just for a little bit extra damage.
That'll do it.
And and ignore the sneak attack, but an extra 4 damage on top of it.
Okay. This last harpy is just doing everything she can to not get slaughtered with the rest. And is going to just glare at Valentine, just knowing that she wants with every part of her to rip her to pieces, but she can't. Valentine, you're up.
Oh, that is so unfortunate because I'm about to blast your head off, baby.
Get the shotgun.
Yeah, it's musket time. That's a 19 to hit for 15 piercing damage.
Okay. You just blast her, and most of her face is just gone.
Oh my gosh.
But still, some lingering
She's
emotion
still alive?
is just there, and it's going to try and bite at you, but there's no top half of the head to try and do it.
Oh my god. Alright, I do it again. Have another 14 piercing damage.
There is not even neck left of this creature. As you just blow it into oblivion,
Oh my
and it floats off. Luckily that you're up on the crow's nest, so all of the viscera just floats away as well.
god.
And that will be the end of the harpies.
Amazing.
Jesus Christ.
I can only roll damage as Valentine.
Yeah, and certainly can't do it as Soleil.
No, Soleil can't roll for garbage. Valentine, however, god damn.
Well, clearly
Well-
you just need to play Valentine in Nexus too.
So true.
Quill is going to run forward and just pull Miss close. Miss is very, very afraid, but she's just very, very comforted right now. He's going to let out an exhale, and his sword spear is going to disappear into like glowing golden light. As he just puts both of his arms around his daughter.
I'm going
Valentine's
to.
gonna
Oh.
descend the crow's nest, rejoin the group. She's got like harpy blood all over her nice white dress. She's a little singed and just, well, everyone all right?
I mean, it could have gone a lot worse.
Lyra's going to kneel down, and I don't think this really is going to do anything, but she's going to use one of the arcana of the cups, which makes the target immune to being charmed and just gives them bonuses to like intelligence, wisdom, and charisma checks, just to kind of comfort her a little bit more.
As you go to touch her, you notice that she's shaking very much.
Oh. Just going to press like basically just this warm, almost like watery energy into the back of her, into the back of her back, as you do. Just kind of just give it a soft like rub as to try and help to stabilize her.
Quill gives you a very thankful nod and just like, without saying a word, just mouths the words thank you. Those creatures, they're known as meteor. They feed off of feelings of anguish, despair, and hatred. Demonic creatures. I must have felt her presence. There's something of a threat, perhaps. Perhaps they understand the potential for hope that she brings. They are beings outside of time. It would potentially make sense that they see all of her as the summation of who she is. Legends state that they've even built a nest in the center of the galaxy, where they await the death of any planet and travel to consume the lingering emotion of the souls that pass by. You did well. All of you did incredibly well.
High praise coming from the man who took care of half of them on his own.
Quill is just going to just like sit down, like drop to a knee. Bit taxing, to say the least, but certainly worth it. You all are unharmed, I pray.
Oh yes, if there's anyone that needs healing, I'll be happy to provide.
Mist is just going to turn towards Lyra and give Lyra a big hug as well.
Oh, she'll softly wrap her arms back around, just very light caress because of, everything. She's still very much just made of stars at this point.
Mist is just going to like full on bury her face in your fluff. She needs all of the comfort that she could get right now.
I'm gonna join in. I would squat down, but I really don't have to. So I'm just gonna like.
Or a bit taller
Lyra's
than her,
got
just a bit.
plenty of fluff to go around for anybody. Her
All
tail
right.
is well over like 6 feet long.
Who else is coming in for this group hug?
Valentine's gross, so she won't do that.
I
But
would,
she'll-
however.
she'll get close and just say to Mist, you're such a strong father to protect you, Miss Mist. Certainly nothing to fear with him around.
I was so worried for everyone.
Well, we're all right, dear. See? Well, maybe don't look at me right now, but everyone else is perfectly fine.
Chex is going to flop onto his back.
That was the scariest moment of Chex's life. Please never make Chex do that again.
You were so brave, Mr. Chex.
Chex wasn't scared. Don't get it twisted.
Certainly not.
Rova is just kind of staring at one of the harpies, the one that after watching Lyra take a bite out of one, you see a little bit of drool coming out of his mouth. Robert is just gonna like slap him on the back of the head, and is just gonna start cleaning up. And he's gonna gesture for Alexander to start doing so as well. They're gonna start dragging all the corpses off the edge. Does anyone want to do anything else? Very quickly, before we do a bit of a little time skip.
I'm gonna check in with Zots, and since Mist seemed to enjoy Zots' time before, I'll just make a point of doing it while she's around.
Zots still seems just very, like, unusually calm just in her presence. In a way that you practically haven't seen before. Almost in, like, a state of reverence. And just seems to be very comforted. But seems to be very comfortable in your arms if you don't want to pass him over.
Well, I'm not going to actively offer, but sort of the implicit offer to Mist. Like,
Mrs.
I trust you with him. You can if you wish.
Mist is going to very, very gently reach out her hands to receive him and is going to handle him in a way that you would have taught her. And just seems to just pet him and hold him very cozily, and then just turns to see that Ashala has approached and just going to smile.
See what I tell you.
I
Still a bit of
understand.
trust, you know?
I understand.
She just seems very much more comfortable now and happy. And with that, Spelljammer continues off on its journey. The rest of the day is spent repairing and cleaning the deck of any of the Metia corpses. And everyone seems to have a bit of a different reaction. Alexander in particular is disgusted by them and finds them quite horrible and doesn't want to do it and is practically looking away, trying not to gag as he picks up a corpse and drags it off the edge with Robert. Robert, on the other hand, clears them, but it's pretty clear that they unnerve him to some degree, as every time he throws one off, he wipes his hands clean, even though he knows he's going to be picking up another one. Groba is just really hungry looking at one of them. And just seems to get distracted every single time he goes to move one. Randall, in particular, seems to be acting a bit weirdly around them. And it seems to actually be like almost tripping over them as he's just trying to walk past them, as if he can't see them. And just going to like kind of like give a look over, make sure everyone's okay, and then just gonna start heading back down to the lower decks. And not long after the task is complete, the Spelljammer arrives just outside the outskirts of the system. A massive black hole rests at the center of the system. A faint light fills and coats the ship in a hue of purple from the entropic force consuming a purple star. Despite the atmosphere of the ship, it becomes a bit cold on board. Looking further onto the black hole, a crack like a scar of frozen lightning is visible, the entrance to the Chaos Rift. Randall reemerges after everyone has reached their destination. We made it. And he walks his way towards the bow of the ship. He shakes his head. Something's wrong. Rift, it's practically closed. We won't be able to get anyone in there, much less a crew member. Will is actually going to step forward here. Actually, I happen to know these rifts. I use a similar magic to travel across time and create a paradox. I suppose I understand now why you asked me here to travel with you all. And he turns back towards the four captains. If you all could bring us close to it, I could open it, but I have to say, it seems as though our journey will end here.
So soon?
Indeed. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to remain after opening the rift.
And I presume Mist will be going with you then?
Indeed. I thank you all for your assistance in helping us reach our next destination. It's convenient that it actually worked out in both ways. As I promised, recall the phrase I had mentioned to you, and I should have a reward for you. I can't quite disclose what it is now, but I'm certain that it will help you in your journeys. As you all turn to see Mist, many, many tears are beginning to stream down her face as she runs and goes to hug each captain individually. Zuza, Ashala, Valentine, and lastly, for a bit longer than the others, she lingers a bit on Lyra. Perhaps knowing this is the last goodbye to give and wanting to stay a little bit longer.
If
She tries to wipe down her own tears and sniffles, trying very hard to muster up a wavering smile, but it's evident that she cares very much about each of you.
If I may, Mist, can give the tail one last fluff for good luck.
She's trying very hard to smile, but it's very difficult. She's just in this wavering, smiling, frowning face as she's just fluffing the tail and pressing her face into it.
Now, dear, it's all right. Goodbyes are not for forever.
She gives a nod, just unable to speak. She's trying to hold back all of her whimpers and her sobs.
I failed my wisdom save. Zuza is actively crying.
Oh.
Well, we'll meet again, or we'll have soon future in the past. Continued to have met.
Quill gives a smile and Miss gives a trying to understand nod. Her head kind of hurts too from crying. Quill is going to summon his sword spear and raises a single hand to wave farewell. Goodbye, crystal dragons. Should we meet again, I would be glad to share more stories with you and hear more of your adventures. He reaches his hand back down to hold Miss and begins to walk with her. Miss gives one last look back, hesitating, but ultimately advancing onwards. The two step towards the bow spar, and within a moment, they disappear from eyesight as if they were never there. All that remains of the two is a small, seafoam green orb, a massive energy that seems to pull towards the rift.
Just like that, they're gone.
Thought that might be a bit more ceremony, but
I suppose we will see them again.
Aww.
seems predestined in a way.
You all are at the front of the ship, just ready to wash them off.
What a remarkable girl.
The orb in particular seems to just drift a little bit, almost as if it's waiting for someone to interact with it to push it towards the scar. Randall has gone back below deck to go and see if he can help Eben delicately move the spelljammer to where it needs to go.
Well, who wants to handle the magic orb?
I guess, if anyone, it should be me.
You are the most magical of us.
Last time, I kind of passed out touching a magical object, but I think it's probably for the best.
You're
This one's
stronger now.
safe, since it's from Quill.
Right. Doesn't have some demon inside of it. All right.
Hey, you got this.
Just look back at Ashala and just give like a very soft smile and nod. I got this. Going to try and do the push.
And as you reach your hand towards the orb, the energy seems to flow into you. And you feel your hand almost drawn out as a massive wave of energy rocks out and strikes at the scar, pulling the scar open and almost forcing the entire spelljammer back a couple of feet from the sheer energy that it's unleashing. And suddenly, the rift widens into a more accessible portal. Too small for the ship, but at the very least, wide enough for a humanoid to pass through. As you approach the portal, you can see inside. It appears to be a swirling space, akin to the Astral Sea, but far darker. Perhaps a space outside of the void. Maybe even within the veil of the event horizon. Just beyond the edge of the portal, looking through, is a seemingly grassy hill covered in purple rather than green. Vivid blue flowers grow amidst the grass. The landscape is dotted by the occasional brilliant purple tree. A few landmarks appear visible from the horizon of the portal. Several floating islands of a deep purple orbit the centralized ring, where all of the light collapses towards. It's almost mesmerizing in appearance, drawing you towards it, Ashala. Ashala, make a history check.
I will do so. 15.
15. Upon gazing at this location, you just feel a strange sense of grief. You know this island, these plants. You don't know the rubble, but you remember it as it was. A proud monastery of shining silver, now not, but crumbling stone and forgotten. More importantly, this place was your home. Off in the distance, you can see a small collapsed house resting on the hill overlooking the destroyed monastery. You recall your earliest years being raised here. Do you all step into the portal?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of
There's
you,
nothing.
keep it on the ship while we're gone.
Robert gives a nod and has Groba and himself man the cannons, ready to watch in case anything tries to come out.
Hmm.
And as you jump through, you now see life forms. A single Githyanki soldier stands and looks up at your group upon the hill. Pavrilik! And he leaps all the way over to you in a single bound. Ashala, you recognize this word as stop.
I'll hold out my arm to the rest of the group.
Fa! Warrior spits under his breath, looking upon Ashala and then the others. Stick to Tirsu. Outsiders, are you of the Githyanki language? Do you speak our language?
I'll
He
speak
asks,
back.
his eyes darting around.
Mm-hmm. I will speak back, naturally.
And he continues to converse with you and Githyanki in particular, not giving any attention to any of the others. Why do you bring these lesser creatures with you? What is your purpose here?
They are my companions. I brought them along with me to come back here.
He turns and spits at the word companions, but seems to acknowledge. And what is it you seek?
I seek to hold on, in character. I seek to what has become of my home.
Your home. Come. You will go speak to the Kithrak. And he leads all of you amidst this absolutely destroyed zone. There's a statue of an ancient woman seemingly just smashed to pieces. There are several Githyanki corpses just strewn about, red crystals growing from the bodies. He passes by another Githyanki warrior, and they speak in something of an unfamiliar dialect, but he seems to nod and let you pass. You make your way to the destroyed monastery temple. However long ago it was that this attack occurred, the flow of time has not affected this place. Stained glass lays all across the altar, the floor smashed and seemingly picked away. Obliterated statues lay in pieces all around, silver flecks across the floor. Bodies of acolytes, priests, worshippers lay everywhere. They do not decompose, but blood-red crystals sprout from their bodies. Upon entering, a Githyanki knight bows before a projection of a much taller Githyanki man, clad in silvered armor. Those of you who saw the projection back in Phinea's casino would recognize this one as well. This is Justil Kithrak Faiden. Faiden appears as something of an older Githyanki man. A beard crossing his face and lip, but not his chin. A long scar crosses over his eye, as well as several markings in his skin, likely made by knives and blades over countless years of war and combat. His hair is slightly grayed, a tuft of white, appearing prominently. For a soldier to have aged so, he must be well over 1,000 years old. Ashala, make me a history check.
I will do so. There it goes.
This is why we read the int book.
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I could throw a D into it if I really want, which I think I will, just to see if it makes any difference. Nope.
Unfortunately not. You don't seem to recognize anything in particular about him. You haven't really kept up with Githyanki stuff, and you kind of didn't really ever feel a desire to, other than maybe just learning the language so you could blend in. The knight is going to step aside as Faiden is going to greet you personally. Yank, child. And he looks towards you and your companions and is going to speak in common, actually. You are one of us, but I sense something greater in you. Something greater with you. He's going to reach a very long arm and point to the satchel that you have at your side. Contains the soul cluster. You bear something I desire. You effortlessly travel to a place that should be forgotten by our people as a forbidden land. I am Justil Kithrak Faiden, champion of the new god, Zarith, the true heir of the Gith. Speak your name. Consider yourself my guest for now.
Of course. My name is Ashala, and this used to be my home. What's left of it, anyway.
His eyes narrow. Your home, you say? As soon as you mention that this is your home specifically, the knight is going to immediately start trying to run past you. And the Supreme Commander is just going to point to him. And you hear a word in Githyanki that you don't recognize, and the knight falls over dead.
Oh, geez.
Huh?
Oh,
What?
The other Githyanki look a bit discomforted by the fact that their Kithrak has just been murdered by their leader. However, they know that disobedience is practically worth death here, and are going to do nothing but try and stand at attention as best they can. You are of interest to me. Tell me, what do you know of the recent ongoings of our people? And he's going to start slowly walking towards you, each step echoing in the sheer silence of the monastery.
Up until recently, I can't say I know for sure. Why do you ask?
And perhaps you may have heard of the conquest of our new god. No more will the heroes of ages past sacrifice their lives to a decaying husk of a witch queen. The hero of the Gith, Zarith, has been sent to liberate us from the wheel of Lakith. You, in particular, are in fact the child of our god. The only child of our god, in fact. You see a very toothy grin spread across his face. My son, and he turns and spits, Sak von Ashtuj, the source of my bruises, has informed me that he has been unsuccessful in his mission of taking back something you now possess. Give it to me, and I will raise you to the station that befits a champion of the new Gith era. And he holds out his hand expectantly.
Out of character. We wanted to do something else with the soul gem in particular, right? Or the soul cluster.
Yes, all you had to do was essentially just release the soul that was inside here.
We just haven't found the means to yet.
You haven't found the means to yet, no.
What do you plan on doing with it?
It is a trophy of sorts. The last enemy of our god has stolen something away from us. With this, we would look inside, discover its whereabouts, and have this symbol of our traitor displayed for all to see.
I don't like this. How can we trust a single word that he's saying?
And he turns
After all,
towards
it's
you.
just your
Do not
word.
speak. Let the girl choose.
Ashala, in mediated silence, takes a moment to consider. it doesn't sound like our goals align, Grand Leader.
His eyes narrow once more. There is no place in our society for second chances. So consider what I am offering you an immeasurable gift. Hand it over, or hand your life over.
I think I'll take my chances, thank you. As I'm going to... Can we roll for initiative?
You may roll for initiative.
Oh man.
I don't like his vibe.
He's got
Yeah,
bad
fuck this
vibes.
guy.
He
No,
did not
I
pass the vibe check.
It's been a long rest, right? Since for the last
Yes, you
fight?
have had a long rest.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh god.
But keep in mind, I just want to reiterate that this is a projection, and he is
Oh, okay.
going to just smile and then just gesture with his hand, go. And all of the warriors are going to begin moving in towards your position. And rolling as well.
Oh.
Let's go.
I'll take that. I mean, I started this. I'm gonna be up first.
Okay. All right, let's see who's going first. Ashala, you are up first.
Nice. So if I'm remembering correctly, Azusa has a thing where any of us that go before everyone else, we get advantage, or is
Correct,
that when
yes.
it's on her turn?
Yes, everyone gets advantage at the start of combat, I believe.
Yep, first attack roll you make.
All right. I'm suddenly gonna try my luck with the serpent dagger. For a 20.
20 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
For a total of 27.
27 points of damage. The guard that led you in was not quite expecting all of this, and the outcome is seemingly displeasurable to him as he immediately takes 27 points of damage and doubles over from the poisoned dagger, still holding on, but very clearly upset about it.
Can't say I blame him. As I'll, in my other hand, take out the +1 rapier and stab him with that as my bonus action. Is that still with advantage, or is the advantage been spent now?
I believe it's for the first hit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that 23 though.
23 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Alright. We'll just have to take away +4 from away from this. So 6 damage.
He
Woe
is
stab be upon thee.
Actually, no, wait. I remember the serpent dagger like having a true strike effect as well.
This is true,
Actually-
yes.
Ooh, maybe I won't want to do it just yet.
I would say it would trigger on this attack. I believe. I
Yeah,
don't
that's what I
believe you choose when True Strike hits.
Oh, so I can choose when to use it.
I believe you activate True Strike on the hit, and then
Yeah.
on the hit that you go for afterwards, the first hit will activate the True Strike effect.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I might hold off on that instead. I'll probably instead of doing the 6 damage, I'll probably disengage
Okay.
for everyone else to deal with the weakened gift.
Okay, we can retain the damage there.
Yeah.
We can pass that on to double it and pass it on to someone else. I'm assuming you're going after this guy who's by the little statue holding a dragon egg.
Sure, I'm down for that.
Okay. Go over to him and hit him for a nice solid 6 points of damage.
Nice.
Up next is Lyra.
Sorry, I was muted.
No worries.
Just to confirm, these guys over here and like down here are also part of this combat?
They are part of the combat, yes.
Okay. All right. Then I think Lyra is going to kind of turn around and sort of enter a defensive stance. But by doing so, she's going to cast a new little homebrew spell.
Ooh.
So let me just reread this. Yep. Okay. So about that, let's do one more over. And that gets me in range. So this area right here, there's going to be a little star that appears.
Oh no,
in
I know what
area.
this is.
And I'm just going to post this here for now. Don't worry, it does not do damage right out. But basically, I conjure this star right there, and it sheds a bunch of bright light. And basically, I can choose to activate it whenever I want. If the star lasts at least 5 turns, it gets bigger and does more damage.
Ooh, okay.
So essentially, I'm trying to basically cut off anybody from coming closer with just the threat of a gigantic star exploding on them.
This guy is going to have to make a save because he starts in the star. Actually, no, when it erupts.
It's
right?
when it
Or no?
erupts. Yeah, it's when it erupts.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he does not make his save just yet.
Should be about that big, by the way.
Oh, yes. Let me just adjust that for you.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yep, that should be
So, yeah.
about good.
It's not activating, it's not doing damage, but the threat is there.
He's just going to look around at this star that's seemingly forming. Just going to shake it off. These colored lights will do nothing for you.
And action, because that's just a bonus action, is gonna give Valentine have another spear. So
Yes, ma'am.
go shoot him. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Zuza, you are up.
All right. Well, I can't have this one next to Lyra risk breaking her concentration, so let's go 1, 2. And have at you, brigand. Try and do a little stabbing. Yeah. 24?
24 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
8 piercing. I'll take 8 piercing.
Solid damage. Damage is damage.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And Valentine, dear, if you wouldn't terribly mind shooting a little faster, even.
Jesus
I think that
Christ.
means you're up to 4 attacks.
Valentine just beams, cocks shotgun, like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think that'll do.
Okay. Valentine. The onslaught begins.
Yeah, I'm gonna scooch over here to get a better shot. And, yeah, so anyway, I started blasting. I'm going to, I'm gonna use my musket this time since I only got 2 shots on my laser rifle. But I'm gonna start with this guy in front of Zuza. Ooh, that's a misfire.
Oh, that's a
That is
22
with
You have advantage.
actually,
Oh, that's
because
right,
you
I
have
have
advantage.
Amazing.
Save.
That will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
14 piercing damage.
You put a bullet in this guy, and he goes flying back onto the walls.
Excellent. I'm gonna go for this one here by Ashala. Take a shot at him. That's an 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
That's another 15 piercing damage.
Okay.
Maybe you should make Slay have a great axe and damage or
For
something.
real!
Like,
For real! God.
Okay. Still
I'd
have
do it
2 more.
again.
24 will hit.
24
Roll for damage.
for 9. You know what? No, I'm gonna re-roll that.
You're being greedy.
I'm being greedy. I should
Ah,
have
the
been greedy.
greed.
That's alright. So that'll be 5 then. 5 damage.
One more.
And yeah, one more. 14 to hit.
14 will not hit.
All right, I got greedy. That's on me.
Okay. It is now time for the Gith Yankee to begin their onslaught. Let me just confirm what I have here. This guy is going to take 2 steps forward before Misty stepping his way in and appearing. And is going to make 2 greatsword attacks on Ashala.
Well, we'll see.
First one will miss. The second one is a 22.
I can only go up to 22 if I use shield, so that one will hit.
Okay, he is going to deal 12 damage to you.
Okay. Almost 12.
I have no idea what's going on with this description of the damage. The one that's next to you is also going to go for a double swing with his greatsword. And will miss both.
Okay.
The next one is going to see exactly what Valentine has done and is going to consider Valentine threat number 1. A 20
As
and a
he
17.
should. Yeah. Is the 20 a dirty 20 or a nat 20?
Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah. Both will hit.
Okay, so you are going to take. That is 21. 39 points of damage.
Oh.
What?
Ow.
Huh?
Ouchie.
This guy is going to cast Jump on himself at will, and is going to leap over to Lyra and go in for 2 swings. And will miss both hits.
Okay.
This guy is going to. Let me just double check what Jump does in particular.
By the way, Oliver, I
Yes.
had intended the star to be basically up to this point, so even
Oh,
if they come
okay, yes,
into
I
melee,
apologize. I will.
You're good.
I will bring that back. Why can I not drag you? I'm going to pretend it's there.
Yeah, you can see where it is.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah. So just so it's still kind of keeping me safe in a way.
Jump distance is tripled. Yeah, he's going to leap his way into the building. And then is going to have to start walking. Not quite making it. This guy is going to. He's going to Misty Step his way right into the star's path. This guy is going to start dashing his way over rather than doing anything else particular. Actually, no, he will cast a Jump on himself. Get to about here. And finally, the last one in the distance is going to run back and hop onto the back of the young red dragon and is going to awaken it. And that will be the end of
he does
his
it.
turn.
How about no?
And one more is going to emerge from the building. And just going to stand there waiting at the building. Ashala, it's back to you. There are a lot of Githyanki men surrounding you currently.
Yeah, but my concern is the fact that my friend is getting very quickly hammered. So I'm going to bonus action disengage to get here.
Okay.
And I'm... Well, actually, think about it. Because I got disengage, 1, 2, 3, I think I should be able to get advantage from that.
Correct.
So naturally, I've got to go for the backstab. Let me just quickly... There we go. So, Serpent Dagger, advantage.
17. That will just barely make it. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Sounds good to me.
And minus 30.
30 damage.
He is struggling, but he's still holding on. Just seems more angry about it than anything else.
Yeah, I will proceed to use my remaining movement to move. Because I can do 1, 2, 3. So that way I can be a bit of a buffer. That way I just gone over to stab this guy, and I'm now back to getting those two guys' way.
Okay. Sounds good. Lyra, you are up.
Oh boy. Okay. Hold on.
The star gets stronger.
Star gets stronger.
Sorry, I'm just reading one of my new things. I'm gonna measure something. There's not really a good way to get that. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, just seeing Valentine get, a little clobbered, you know how it goes. It's going to use her action to use her bonus action to shift into Chalice, and then action is going to use another one of her cards called the Bull on Valentine. So this is going to be a healing based one. I think this is the right calc. So you regain 15 health. Oh, plus 1d4.
16.
I did not type that correctly.
Oh wait, no, yeah, that's right. Okay. 4. Okay.
So 19 health back onto Valentine.
Excellent.
And then at the start of every one of your turns, you will gain 1 hit point.
I imagine this replaces the spear.
There's technically no limit on, it's not specified that the person can only benefit from 1 at a time.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I might take a look at that one later, but I think that's fine.
I would say we
you guys are winning very hard.
So 1 HP at the start of every turn until when?
For a minute.
Oh, for a minute. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh. So for 10 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
A green.
That's what I got.
And a red for you. That way you know you have extra attack and 1 HP every turn.
Buffs.
Zuza.
Okay. How long are you holding on to Earthly Star?
The minute their turn begins, I'm probably gonna let it go.
Okay.
Just because I was hoping to get a few of them in there. But the second someone passes by it, I'd say, to try and get bypassed it, it'll activate, is my plan.
Oh, okay. So would it help if I tried to help body block the door frame?
If you want. I will say we don't want this to go to the increased power, because then it'll hit us.
That's true.
So it's more so just to be a threat and do damage eventually to as many as we can.
Alright. Sorry, I'm just thinking of what to do here. Alright, so it sounds like you've got those, so let's go over here and try and help a little bit. 1, 2. And let's try and just go textbook with some nice first form rapier play on this one.
Okay.
Come on.
18 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Yay. 8 piercing.
Still holding on. So he's definitely looking a lot worse for wear.
Alright, and with that little extra breathing room, I turn to Valentine. Oh, I do hope that wasn't all of the bullets you had, dear Valentine. To give her another attack.
Excellent.
Okay.
And then let's bonus action. Helpful word on. Honestly, Valentine might be able to clean shop with 4 attacks since I see 4 that are still in here. So.
Keeping in mind, she probably has action surge again if we took her out.
I do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Just a casual 7 attacks.
8?
Well, I imagine the bonus attack only activates on the first action attack.
Yeah, that's probably
From
best.
from Zuza's.
Yeah. Okay. God, do I even need to helpful word then?
Which one are you picking the helpful word on?
You know what? Let's thematically have it make sense. Let's just have it be the one that I attacked there.
Okay. Marked for death.
Yep.
Valentine.
So, anyway, I start blasting.
Kablam.
1 HP.
Yes, 1 HP. Hot dog.
1 HP, yes,
And
correct.
I'm going to fire shot at this guy here, but I'm gonna make it a piercing shot to also try to hit this dude here, since they're in a line. So let me first see if I if I even hit the first guy. A dirty 20, I believe.
20 will hit.
him.
Go ahead, roll for damage.
All right, so I'm re-rolling that.
Don't blame me.
It
was one better.
You know what?
That's 10. That's 10 points of
No,
damage.
that is better, yeah.
Yeah, so 10 points of damage for that guy. I'm gonna
do that?
roll to hit this guy. It will be at disadvantage though. Yeah, 12. I don't think we'll hit him.
12 will not hit, no.
All right. Cool.
But for this one, as you just kind of raise your musket up, you just blow this guy's arm clean off with holding his shield. And you're just going to just sort of flip his silver sword around, just going to get ready. Like, it doesn't matter what happens now. I'm just gonna fight here until I'm dead.
All right, so I fire again.
Go for it.
Yep. How about a 21 for 15 piercing damage?
Not even important to roll. He's gone.
Excellent.
I'm going to. These guys are about to presumably blow up in the circle, so I guess I will go for this guy next then.
Okay.
Well, that's a little further away from me. For 24.
24
for
will hit.
13 piercing damage.
Okay. And the last one?
That's my third. So here's
Correct.
my fourth. 18?
18 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Cool. 14 piercing damage.
Oh my gosh.
He is clinging to his greatsword as he's trying to just try and parry these as best he can. But it's still
Gun,
just hitting
action
him.
Surge.
Oh goodness.
At any point, you could have surrendered.
No.
This is really on you.
Yeah. 27.
27
for
will hit.
11.
He's still standing. He's just trying to fight these off, and he's doing a pretty remarkable job at actually slicing through the bullets with his greatsword, but they're still just hitting him and just chipping at him.
15?
15 will not do it.
Alright.
One more?
Oh,
He
do I
realizes.
get...
Because of
Do I
the
get
because of
the
Lyra's
spear?
thing.
Was
Yeah.
that- Yeah, you get one more.
It's whenever you
Ooh.
take the attack action, you get an additional weapon
Oh.
attack.
How about a 16?
16 will not do it.
Oh.
Yeah, sadly, this Gith Yankee
you know
realized
what? You
instead
know
of trying to
what?
cut it, he just has the sword out flat.
You know what? You know what? Lucky die. I want to hit this
Ooh.
guy.
I forgot you
Lucky
had
die,
that.
that will do it. Go ahead, roll for damage.
26 for 12 piercing damage.
Oh.
He seems to have. He thought he understood it as he actually did start to figure out how to parry the bullets. And then finally he prepared himself into a stance, getting ready to go for a charge towards you. And you just weasel out one extra shot and drop him.
Excellent. Excellent.
Carry this, you filthy
Yeah.
casual.
My god.
It's now time for the rest of the Gith Yankee to start going.
I'm also gonna move a little bit. Not that it
Oh, yes,
matters
yes, correct.
too much, I imagine. But
You can also second wind if you want.
Wait. Yes, I can. On your turn, bonus action to regain. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I could probably stand to do that. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna heal up for 11.
Okay, up first, these two guys are going to rush up towards Lyra and are going to go for the kill as best they can.
Understandable.
They are going for 4 hits of the greatsword.
Oh god. I might get
23.
killed here. Yeah,
Natural
that hits.
20,
Okay.
22,
Okay.
and a miss.
Okay. I think I'm probably gonna die here.
Hold on, that is.
Do you want to trigger it?
I mean, if I
Seven.
drop, I lose concentration, which triggers it.
You take 68 points of damage.
That's enough. I only have 38.
Holy shit!
Okay.
That is
So-
dangerously close to
Let's see, hold on.
actual dead.
Let's see, plus 9, 22, plus 11, 33, plus the 6, put at 39. Okay, so they dropped you on the second hit.
Yeah.
They went for an extra one just to see if they could finish the job.
So I'm stable from my periaptive wound closure.
So I imagine you're stable from the first one? Because you were dropped from 39, and then they went
Yeah.
for an extra one.
Okay.
Lyra,
Oh wait, yeah. Okay.
as you're down on the ground, as these swords are just cleaving through you, you have a very quick flash of a memory of yourself playing with Valentine.
No!
The next two Githyanki are going to rush forward and are going to 4-hit Ashala.
By the way, just tossing that damage from the earthly star exploding.
Oh, they did activate it. Yeah, the effects of your trap card initiate, and they are taking 22. And they are seemingly still holding up pretty well
Yep.
against it, but they are doing their best here. Ashala, here comes 4. I think only the 23 is going to hit for 20 points of damage.
Okay, I'm going to take the uncanny dodge.
Okay, have that damage. You are going to take 10, and they are just going to kind of gavel and deal around you.
just a note. Parry Apt only activates at the start of my turn, so I technically have 2 failed death saves right now on the hit. But I will stabilize as soon as my turn happens.
Would it have done 2?
Well, that's
It would have
how-
only done.
Isn't taking
one.
a hit when you're unconscious?
It would have only
too?
been the one. Irregardless, it would have been
okay.
only the one.
That's
Actually,
fine.
no. Actually, if you had the parry off, it would have just brought you back to 0.
Okay, but I only stabilized at the start of my turn.
Okay, yeah. So
So I'm in the
unfortunately-
dying condition until my turn.
This guy is going to get just here. 15, 20, 25. He's going to see that you're down and just not going to bother wasting his time.
Fair.
20, 25, and it's going to go for 2 hits on Zuza. 11 and a 17.
Pathetic. Not
17
gonna
will not hit. Okay. This guy is going to cast Jump.
hit. So, who of us, does anyone of us have medicine proficiency?
If I don't get coup de grace, I will get up after combat.
30.
Yeah, but that's still an
With Misty
if.
Step.
I also have scrolls of
actually,
revivify
no,
and shit like that on me.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm also worried though about not having a healer.
Consider we've got to fight a dragon.
Teleport his way here. The Githyanki actually on the dragon is going to fly his way. Sort of just flying past, and is going to give Ashala a look. Before he flies his way out and disappears through what seems to be a Githyanki portal of some kind. The others seem to give him a look, and several of them, 2 of them spit at the ground actually, sort of like embarrassing, how dare you run away. But that is the end of their turn. Ashala, you are up.
Okay. I mean, seeing Lyra go down, I want to rush to her, but I feel like doing so would put everyone else in a bad position. So I'm going to.
I think there's something that if you can ready an action to like do a stabilize or to like feed a potion or something, then I can get you over to Lyra.
Keep in mind, she's going to be stabilizing on her own turn, and you all are aware of that at the very least, or at the end of combat.
Yeah. I'm going to at least attempt to do some damage here. I can handle. Yeah, I'm gonna attack this this guy here.
Okay.
Actually, which one's weaker? Actually, are they both at full health?
You recognize that this one is weaker. He took some hits.
Oh, okay. We'll go for him then. See if we can get him to get him down. I'll take the aim action to to Serpent Dagger. 25.
25 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Oof. Sadly, not the greatest damage, but
it
I will.
is enough.
Oh.
As he is dropped to the ground as the poison just seems to just cut at his nerves, and he just falls to the ground writhing, and he curls up like a bug.
I like it when they grovel, anyways. I'll then proceed to turn to the other guy and end my turn.
Lyra, you stabilize at this turn, or you stabilize at the end of combat?
At the start of my turn, I stabilize.
Okay, so you are stabilized currently. Make me a stealth check.
Okay.
I
I was about to ask,
you
can I roll a d20 to see if I natural 20 and get back up with 1 HP?
Is that a thing from the Periapt?
That's a death save like thing. When you're making death saves, if you roll a natural 20, you get it back up with 1 HP.
I would say because you're stabilized, unless you want to
Yeah.
make the death save.
No, I don't. That's a 6, by the way, on the stealth.
6? Okay.
Mhm.
Natural 20 on him perceiving the effect going off on you.
Okay.
And the other guy rolled a 9 to see it. Zuza, you're up.
Which one, is it possible to tell which one of them recognized that she's still alive?
Roll a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay, let's see.
Well, they both saw, because 9.
That's true,
Yeah.
yes, they did both see.
Disadvantage, come on. 13.
Yeah, you can see that they were at least aware of the effect going off.
I really don't like that. Does anyone have a healing potion on them?
Alas, I do not.
Valentine?
I do.
Okay. Okay.
Just keep in mind that amount of healing is not going to let me survive another attack.
No, it is not. So quite frankly, I wouldn't even waste it because I can do a lot more good dealing damage.
All right. Then let's say all right. Let's try and circle around. Just do a little twirl. Ballroom dancing, bitch. And let's... Yeah, let's... I think I'm gonna try to do the same pattern I've been doing, so let's do one attack on them first.
Okay.
So... 15.
15 will not hit, unfortunately.
Alright.
And then I imagine bonus hit to Valentine.
Yes, and I'm going to... you know what? Let's say I'll do this on the one currently still fighting Ashala. I'm going to call out saying he has terrible form with his guard, dear. If you're able to simply reach underneath, he doesn't bother protecting from below. And that is going to be... Yeah. That is going to be a rallying mark. So that will be... I'm feeling urgent. Let's do 2 here. That will be... Ooh, okay, that'll be...
What's going on with these? Next time damage is rolled against which target?
The one Ashala is currently engaged with still.
Okay.
I just want to nuke this man out of orbit.
Okay. Valentine, your sister is down.
Cool.
And they seem very keen to coup de grace.
Yeah. I imagine that since Lyra went down, I'd no longer have the extra attack and the hit point stuff from her, correct?
Uncertain,
Yeah,
but
I would say
I'm going to
D&D
say
overall doesn't specify that very well.
I'm going to allow the I'm going to allow it for the purpose of this.
Cool. So 4 altogether. Neat. Alright. Valentine's seeing fucking red. Seeing her sister go down and these guys still out for blood. So, quick question, DM. Like out here, like surrounding the little island that we're on, is that like water or open space? Like what's the deal there?
It's open space, but it's gravity, so they will get pulled back onto the land.
Lame. All right. I was gonna do a
it will
shot
stop
to
them.
launch that guy.
It will stop them for at least, I'd argue, at least a turn or two, even.
Okay. All right.
While they try to figure things out.
All right. So what I'm gonna do then? I'm gonna get a little closer here. I'm gonna take a shot at this guy here, the one right in front of Lyra.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, if it hits, it'll be a forceful shot.
20 will
dirty
hit.
20. That's I'm rerolling that.
Better.
So 9. So 9 damage on that one.
And a forceful shot.
And a forceful shot. He needs to make a strength saving throw, but I don't know what against. I don't know what
it should be your wisdom plus proficiency plus 8.
19?
Yeah, that'll pass. So nothing happens.
Good, potentially piercing
He's
shot
still
through the two of
still
them.
hurting.
Piercing shot wouldn't hit them because they're in a line, but not from where I
Oh,
am.
okay.
And I can only do one per turn. So all right, I fire again at the same guy.
Okay.
I don't think a 15 is gonna hit.
15 will not hit.
Lucky die. I need to kill this guy. 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Cool. 6 piercing damage.
He's still up.
All right, I do it again. Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay.
2 nat 20s.
The double nat 20, baby. Yeah. For 15.
This guy is struggling, but despite everything, he can't seem to stay up.
All right, and I do have one more, which I will save for this guy right next to him. 23 for 15 piercing damage.
Let me clarify. So there was the piercing shot, the second one, the third one, which was. I thought
One of them was a lucky
20.
shot.
The 20 was the. Oh, it's a lucky shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another 15. Unfortunately, he's still standing.
All right, that's what I got.
Okay. Clarify what. So stabilizing, I would imagine it resets your death saves.
Correct.
So you're at neutral currently.
Yes, I'm stable. I'm just unconscious right now.
Okay.
I'm not dying. So then the hit would have to knock me into the dying condition again before death saves start to happen.
So it would not be okay. It would not formally be a death save. Okay, so you're at a undying 0, which will bring you
Yes.
into a -1. Okay.
Correct. If you hit me, I will go to the dying condition again, and then further hits will act at death saves.
Seeing this happen, and not feeling confident that the other guy was aware of what was going on here, he is going to just call out Hataka or attack and is going to charge forward towards Valentine. And is going to go for 2
Excellent.
swings here.
Cool.
That is an 18 to hit and a 19.
Uh-huh.
Both hit.
Yep.
Okay, that is 10, 12 plus 9. There's 31 points.
Cool.
This guy can't make it, so unfortunately, Zuza is going to be taking a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 at 21.
21 will hit.
21 to hit, so that's a 16 and then a 14.
Okay.
You're taking 30 points.
Okay.
Ashala, you're going to be taking 2, as this guy is just going to be trying his damnedest to bring you down. 11 and an 8. He just can't seem to hit you. You're just too dodgy for him.
I'll just like saying, "Gif, what's the matter? I'm getting sluggish? Too heavy?"
He's just gonna growl right in your face, but it's your turn.
I'm gonna take an aim and stab.
Go for it.
So let's go. I didn't mean to hit that. There you go. Advantage. There we go.
Advantage.
There we go. 23.
23 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage, and that I'm just gonna use the damage that you rolled earlier.
Yeah, may as well.
Let's see, that's 12.
28.
28 points of damage. He is
Is
holding
that
on
counting
there.
the extra 21?
Yeah, from the Zuza
not-
stuff.
An extra 21 specifically.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
You are going
You've
to.
regained 21 HP, Ashala.
Jesus Christ.
He is going
Wait, I gained what?
to go in for
21
a.
HP.
Jesus.
He's going to go in for a downward swing on you, and you are going to just jump back, take the serpent dagger, and spin it in your hand, putting it backwards, and just dash clean through him. This doesn't count towards your movement. And just a spray of blood, like a samurai film, is just going to coat the back wall of the monastery.
Works for me.
And that is the end of him.
Alright. I'm at least going to move here to start assisting Zuza as I guess I can do a little bit extra damage with my offhand rapier, so we can do that.
Okay.
So
ahead and roll to hit.
normal roll.
21 will hit. Go ahead, roll for damage.
Alright, it'll just be with -4. So a 8 damage.
Okay. He's still quite tough against that, and just seems to, as you stab, he just seems to like kind of use his arm to kind of hold your rapier, and he's just going to turn around towards you.
Yep. That's what I want.
Lyra,
And have you
you
had a
are just incapacitated. You're not on death saves.
Yes, sir.
He did not feel confident that he could coup de grace you there, so he's just going to move on. Zuza.
Alright. Did any of the ones around me look a little hurt?
Make a perception check.
Okay. 16?
16, you can at least see that this guy in front of Valentine is quite hurt. The one in front of Ashala is a little bit hurt.
Alright, so, this is gonna be fun. I've never had a chance to actually do this before, so... I am not even going to have a fun little quip for this. I think that when she is this hurt, when she's already this pissed off at these absolute hoodlums, and when she's this damn hungry, that I think we're just going to try to loosen our cage a little bit. So I'm going to well, first, before that, wordless pointing at this one,
Okay.
a growl, and I am doing that so I can cast another 2 dice of mark onto it.
Okay.
So that'll be 20 on that guy, and then you see her throat kind of swell as her jaw unhinges a little to let the feeding mouth, proboscis, protuberance, whatever you want to call it, come free. And like a snake, it is just going to shoot out at that guy. So
Damn, what that tongue do?
since I also have less than half my HP, I have advantage on this.
Okay.
Okay, come on, draining bite. Come on, draining bite.
What the tongue do?
What's I'm doing?
That's a nat
Nat
20,
20.
baby! You look a bit pale, dear. Let's make that worse. Okay, so let's see. That is 10
17?
piercing, 7 cold damage, then an additional 20 damage on top of that. And I would like to regain equal to my piercing, so I think that's 30 HP I regain.
You regain 27.
27. You know, I will graciously take this.
You are going to pounce on top of him in front of Valentine, and you are just going to alien your mouth directly into his chest and just tear him up on the inside as he
Oh, good heavens.
as he lets out a single cry before you just splatter blood around everyone.
Just gonna lap that up a little bit and turn back to look at the others. So, the one that is between me and Ashala, huh? Is that flanked?
It is flanked.
Alright.
Flank applies for rogues.
Fair.
Really?
Yes.
I'll still do a normal attack at least, because God, it's fun to just be feral. Let's
Isn't
give
it?
another go. Alright, come on. Alright, come on.
Actually, you know what? No, sorry. It is advantage. I did not see the optional rule for night because I did allow it earlier. I must be consistent. Nothing else.
Okay. Come on.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Now hold on. Are you back over half with the 27?
I am.
So is that a 15?
Well, the
Or
thing
no,
is,
flanking.
when you
No,
manage-
flanking.
from
Yeah,
flanking.
literally just flanking. The thing we just said. Yes, that will hit. Go ahead.
Alright, that is another
14
damage total. And I think this time I will take the, let's take the empowering, bonus to the next ability check or attack roll. Equal to 7, okay.
So he is marked for how much damage on his next hit?
So it's not marking him, but rather I get a +7 to the next ability check or attack roll.
Okay. Valentine.
Moderately about what she is witnessing right now, but realizing that, you know, she is turning these dudes into mincemeat and she can work with that. We're going to firstly fire at this guy here, the one to the left of Zuza. 26 for 10 piercing damage.
Okay.
I do it again, 27. I'm gonna re-roll that one for 9 damage.
Okay. I believe you have
Is
one
he
more.
Still up?
Yeah, he's still up.
I do it again. 25.
25.
For 14.
14. Still up.
Wow. Alright, I'm gonna scooch over this way. Just in case I need to fire at either one of the guys. Or that'll be my turn.
Okay. It's the last two warriors here. Not having many options and kind of down on their luck here. They are just going to try and just strike down Zuza. They are essentially at this point, after watching the proboscis, are going to assume that she's an illithid. And are going to just full target.
Fair.
19. That will miss. 23 and 19. So 3 hits, potentially. 19 hits.
Yep, 19 hits.
Okay, so you are going to take a total of... we're taking 55 points of damage.
Yeesh! Ooh, okay, that brings me down.
And Zuza is incapacitated. And they are just going to rally cry Tazith, which Ashala you recognize as die creature. Ashala.
Well, I'm gonna murk this guy. I'm aiming and stabbing him. 18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Oh,
11,
Hey, when you see it.
20. He is still up.
that is sad.
Lyra is incapacitated. Zuza, make me a death save.
Alrighty. Oh, hey, is this an ability check?
No, because it's not based off any ability, unfortunately.
Okay. Yep. No, that's a failure.
Zuza,
Mm-hmm.
you suddenly think about Zygel Thornberry teaching you etiquette in the late hours of the night because you wanted to practice being a courtly lady. Valentine.
Oof. Alright. I'm gonna scooch on over here. And I'm gonna try and hit this guy, and I'm gonna make it a piercing shot. Provided I hit. 24 on the first guy. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Sorry, which one is the first one? I imagine this one?
This guy right here.
Okay.
The one that's closest to me.
Got it.
Oh, that's much better. That's 15 points of
15?
damage.
Okay.
And
You're
for the
gonna
piercing
blow
shot,
through his armor.
nice. For the piercing shot, I'm gonna roll at disadvantage. 11 probably doesn't hit.
Will not hit.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So I will just do my normal second roll again on this guy that's closest to me. 21 for 11 piercing damage.
He is going to drop.
Cool. And for my third shot,
Lucky shot,
the one
that's right. Yes.
the one that's in front of Ashala.
Yes.
15.
15 will
I don't
not
think-
hit.
yeah. That's fine.
The Githyanki warrior is seeing that he is outmatched here. And is going to raise his greatsword into the air before turning it down and plunging on Zuza twice.
That's so rude.
Okay.
This is 20 and 22.
Yep.
and will coup de grace Zuza.
All right.
No.
And he will stand with his hands holding onto the grip, one hand on the pommel, knowing that this is the end for him, but he at least finished off the cake. Ashala,
Yeah.
Kill him.
Kill.
how would you like to finish off the last one?
Just like fucking Sweetie Todd his throat or something. Like, man, fuck this guy.
Like, seeing this guy literally, like, I thought he was gonna turn to fight me, and just seeing like the shock on her face as he plunges it down on Zuza, she like gutturally screams Zuza's name before proceeding to, I think, plunge the dagger right into the back of the neck and cross it down his entire spinal cord.
From neck to nave.
Oh.
Once more, performing your hat trick, you are going to just cut through this guy completely and tapping into something primal, something you didn't even know you had within you. You just feel a psionic welling within you, and he's going to just burst with psionic purple energy as he's ripped literally in half in two separate pieces as he flies across the monastery
Nice.
and is gone. Zuza has been coup de grace, and Lyra is down. Lyra, Valentine, you're up.
Valentine is going, of course, absolutely horrified by what she has just seen. But she, even still, I'm so sorry. She has her priorities. She's going to Lyra.
No, that's
And-
all right. Honestly, this is like the most relaxed you have ever seen Zeus's expression.
Oh. And I'm going to feed her my potion of healing,
All right.
which I believe is 2d4 question mark?
That's 2.
For 6.
Yeah. So Lyra just immediately probably coughs a little bit, seeing, she watched herself basically get carved in two. But seeing her body kind of not have wounds anymore, it's gonna
Lyra,
I'm all right.
thank heavens. Lyra, it's awful. Zeus, she's...
Does she need? I could.
Ashala, what do you do?
I immediately run over to Zuza, and I pick her up, and I try to feel for even just some semblance of life, like not really believing it.
Lyra,
I can fix this. She'll just walk over, or slither over to Zuza. If he's still breathing, or
No.
She's never breathed.
that's true. She has never breathed. Well, I still have to try, right? She'll just kind of take a second, just still very much stabilizing herself. Just reach inside, using her hand, reaching inside of her heart, and you see that she kind of pulls out this almost just this miniature sun out from inside of her, and just kind of you see it just like pulsing in her hand. And she holds it and just thinks to herself, God, I hope it works. And she's just going to go ahead and take the star and just put it on top of Zuza and just press it into her as deep as she can. Just unable to really cry in this moment, just feeling kind of bewildered, but knowing that this is what she wants to do. She wants to protect people, and the doubt of her having failed both herself and Zuza is just kind of like eating at her, but she remains focused. She is going to cast Revivify on her.
Okay. Go ahead and cast Revivify, or I'll just pop that here. And I would like for you to roll me a Wisdom save with advantage.
Myself? Okay.
Yes.
It's a 23.
Okay. There's not yet an immediate response, but you know this can take some time. Valentine, do you do anything to help Zuza?
There's nothing she can do.
Words, anything.
I think just a plea, if anything. Just please. Susan, please. There was so much that we were supposed to do as captains and forging our own destiny, and this can't be where it ends, not for you.
Roll me a charisma check.
Nat 1.
Oh!
Ashala.
Come on, Zeus. You gotta wake up. After all, you haven't had enough stupid crushes to go on and have fun with. Come on.
Make me a charisma check.
I'm not great at those. Oh.
As you all are waiting for something, anything to happen, Star slowly re-emerges out of Zuza's body before a dark void appears at the same spot where it went in and slowly begins to rend the star to pieces, tearing it up as if a black hole. And while not a breathing creature, Zuza gasps and inhales for air.
Zuza?
Everything quite all right.
No, nothing's all right, and she's just gonna hug her. Ugh.
Did we win?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, yes, we won.
Yeah, we fucking killed them.
I'm alright. You're alright.
Ashala, you feel after all of this, the soul cluster is vibrating heavily and it's whispering to you. Make me a wisdom check.
Oh, wisdom check.
Not a save. Check.
Oh, it was a whiz save?
No, it's just a check.
Oh, just a check.
16. Or that's a charisma. I'll count it. It's good enough.
19.
19,
There you go.
even better. You feel a voice calling you to the house. Ashala, Ashala.
And that's coming from the crystal or
From the house.
from the house?
You don't recognize the voice, but you know in your heart what it has to be.
she takes a moment to let Valentine take Zuza properly in her arms, and then stands up to then slowly wander.
Lyra, just as a note, is casting just like a general healing AoE spell in the general area. So there's just like this once again warm light that she sees probably Ashala just walking away from.
She turns back, sighs, then turns back to the house and continues onward. Feeling like she's treaded these grounds before until she gets up to here. And just
Here
intently looks at the house.
you see that the two doors have been smashed in. They haven't just been collapsed from the force of the house, they have been just destroyed. The roof has caved in, and rubble dots around the outside, and seems to just show you entirely the interior of the house. As you walk in, you start to recognize things, memories from days past. The bed where you would lay with your mother after long days of playing. The small bear which has had its head removed from a falling piece of debris. The still smoldering brazier. The table where you recall so many meals. The buried dragon skull of a family's red dragon. And lastly, rather than a red crystal, a purple crystal, seemingly locked in time. The similar purple crystal you have in your hands, vibrating before it flies and returns to the purple crystal, fitting in perfectly. The image of a beautiful Githyanki woman with long silvered hair stands before you.
Sakvoen Fundush, source of my joy. You've returned home.
Mom?
She steps forward and embraces you in her arms. The feeling not physical, but the psionics tricking your mind into feeling the physical.
Mirhanak. So I have left you and become crystal. Shah, I'm so sorry.
Her gaze seems to look past you, looking at the house, looking in the distance to your companions.
Your Raksteel, your companions. I imagine they came with you.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
She
I nearly
smiles.
died for it.
She smiles and gently cups your face in her hands, about the same size as you at this point.
I can barely believe how much you've grown.
Looking into the mirror so many times, you would know your own face. And you almost feel like you're looking into a mirror of yourself, looking at this projection of your mother from back so many years ago.
The cluster you bear, it contains my soul. I wore it so long ago to protect my soul from the gate. It pursued our kind even to the plane beyond, wanting to claim dominion over our souls to empower the wretched machines. We wore crystals,
to protect ourselves in this domain. The others you saw, red crystals. She shakes her head. Those soldiers you fought. Long ago, they cut them down with silver and shattered the stones. Not even a soul remains. And they sought me to turn me into a treasure. Consume my soul in the same way that Vlaakith had. But her smile grows across her face. She wants to hear your voice.
I only started recently remembering you, you know. Remembering this place. And all the things we did here. Why is it only coming back now, after so long?
She rubs your back in a way that you remember just as it was. Before, I told you to hide within the rock. I altered your mind. I did not want you to linger upon this place until you were ready. I did not want you to mourn me. But now, seeing the woman you've grown into, I couldn't be happier.
You're an idiot.
And she nods. I am. And she pulls you in for the tightest hug that she can muster. It's not very tight, but it's clear that she's using everything she has in the limited time power that she has.
Ashala is just embracing her back, squeezing as tight as she could possibly can. Although it's just all mental. She's just squeezing so hard and feeling like she just never wants to let go. To think I never really knew I had a mother up until now. And I didn't even get to remember her for so long.
And you may remember me now. I held the treasure. The Tilak Heath, the sword spirit. I did not wish to give it up to Zarith, and I trusted it to you here, though you may have forgotten. And she gestures back to her somewhat buried body in the rubble, and you remember the hiding spot that you had just beyond it. And she turns back and embraces you just one more time, caressing your face. Though our time together was short, and our reunion all the more short, ever am I glad that you were the one to set me free onto my final battlefield. I do not battle against the enemies of our people. I battle with time, waiting for the day that we can be reunited once again. And she smiles and reaches her hands to hold yours before a gentle wind blows through the house, causing her image to fade, purple crystal turning into a silver dust, and the body of your mother fading as if it was never truly there.
I might be a while. But I hope you still be the one when I do go.
And as Go on, please.
And she'll turn back to the spot that she pointed out. And with Mage Hand, I would imagine sink into the cracks to try and find this crystal, as she mentioned, this soul.
As you reach in, you find that only a tiny bit of the soul crystal remains. But as you pull it, it's rather than the glowing faint light that it held, it seems to have released all of its energy and passed on formally. And as you actually pull the crystal, the rubble seems to just fall to the side. And you see, almost as if it was waiting for you specifically, the black hilt of some sort of sword, but there's no blade to it.
She cupping the crystal that she took tightly, holding it to her chest, she'll go and reach for the hilt, picking up and giving it a very intense look.
As you give it this intense look, you feel an energy welling up within you from your hand to the hilt as it ignites in a black flame. And you feel your eyes growing white and hot as you feel thousands and thousands of souls begin to intermingle with yours, whisper things to you. You're not quite ready for it yet, and you release the energy, but the blade goes from a black color to a beautiful white color. And this is where we are going to end tonight's session.
Oh,
Oh, God.
that is.
Big ol' round of applause for Azura. That was
That was
incredible.
good.
really good.
I was tearing up.
I mean, it helps because I was actually crying.
It does help.
I can't wait to watch the VOD of this back.
Okay, we are going to go raid my wonderful friend, a couple of nerds. He is the person who got me into streaming on behalf of his charity event, which, minor announcement, I'm going to be participating in next month. There's going to be a big event for it. He's doing a great thing, and he's such a wonderful guy, trying to spread awareness for MS, which he suffers, and has done so much for the MS Society, which helps to improve the lives of people as well. So please go ahead and give him some love, and I hope to see you all on our next adventure through space. As always, safe travels. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.